If I had only known the last time would be the last time, I would have put off all the things I had to do. I would have stayed a little longer, held on a little tighter. Now what I'd give for one more day with you. 'Cause there's a wound here in my heart where something's missing, and they tell me that it's gonna heal with time. But I know you're in a place where all your wounds have been erased, and knowing yours are healed is healing mine. The only scars in heaven, it won't belong to me and you. There'll be no such thing as broken, and all the old will be made new. And the thought that makes me smile now, even as the tears fall down, is that the only scars in heaven are on the hands that hold you now. I know the road you walked was anything but easy. You picked up your share of scars along the way. Oh, but now you're standing in the sun. You fought your fight and your race is run. The pain is all a million miles away. The only scars in heaven, it won't belong to me and you. There'll be no such thing as broken, and all the old will be made new. And the thought that makes me smile now, even as the tears fall down, is that the only scars in heaven, yeah, are on the hands that hold you now. Hallelujah, 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 for the hands that hold you now. There's not a day goes by that I don't see you. You live on in all the better parts of me. Until I'm standing with you in the sun, I'll fight this fight in this race I'll run, until I finally see what you can see. Oh, the only scars in heaven, they won't belong to me and you. There'll be no such thing as broken, and all the old will be made new. And the thought that makes me smile now, and even as the tears fall down, is that the only scars in heaven are on the hands that hold you now.
Morning, everyone. Day 6, final day, you guys. I'm not sure how many we are needing, Boo Will. Let me go down through the comments here. Good morning, Boo Will. Good morning, Yvette. Jane Doe in the bushes. Hello, hello. Hi, Jules. Hi, Miss Ambrose. So opening statements are scheduled for next week on April the 3rd. They are going to select from these jurors, the 110 or however many they end up with are going to be selected from. And then from that point, they will go into opening statements. They are not, let me think how, they are not planning to probably present evidence, and they are probably just going to do the opening statements once they select the jurors. Basically, the judge will give each side an hour, and he said he does not necessarily think that they have to have evidence ready on April 3. So evidence will probably start on April the 4th. Um, yeah, it's in between 5 or 3. Somehow we lost count, but we also don't know how many people called back in and said that they can't make it. So, hi, Lori Myers. Yes, blue for this trial. Yes, yes, yes. Good morning, Frazzle Bubba 3. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's her trying to understand why and what she did to her. It defies it to him. It defies logic. During lunch today, I think I went to get the resurrection service where Albert speaks. A lot of us have seen what Gannon's mom has come out and said and spoken about publicly multiple times. But a lot of what Albert said got forgotten, or not so much forgotten, but he didn't speak publicly very often. And I think a lot of that had to do with the military and honestly just not wanting to be in the middle of all the things. But he did amazing services at the Restoration Church for Gannon's memorial. And so I think I'm going to watch those as well as some of the early interviews with Landon. Mhm. Yes, beautiful song. You know what, Jude? Chasing Truth actually introduced us to that band, or me to that band. I hadn't ever heard of them. It was Casting Crowns. That right there tells you the stream is not a monetized stream as far as ad revenue and stuff goes because I just played that. But that song is so appropriate for so many of these cases because what happened to these children, you know, they don't have the scars anymore. Gannon believed in God. Gannon was saved according to his family, according to his church. And Gannon is sitting in heaven right now watching down on us. And he doesn't have any scars. He doesn't have any pain. Everything he went through, it's all gone. He's just happy and playing and watching over his family from up there now. Good morning, Allison Frey. Good morning, Scout. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning, Vanessa. Jana, hello. Good morning, Jane Doe. Good morning, The Struggle is Real. That song was hard to hear. Yeah, we love Casting Crowns. Yeah, their music it's just amazing. It absolutely is just amazing. I love so many of their songs. So many of them. Let me check on the judge here. Looks like about 2 minutes left. He is still muted. Yeah, I loved Casting Crowns too. Whoops. Okay, let me share my screen. That way it's ready to go. Yes, hopefully this is the last day of this process, and then we'll have a couple day break until Monday, April 3 at 9 a.m. Colorado, 11 a.m. our time. They should start the rest of the jury selection, like their final picks. And by the afternoon, we will have opening statements. So I hope to see you guys all on April 3. Have you heard Dancing in the Sky? Yes, I have Diamond Eyes. Hello, by the way. You've met them. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Toys R Us kid. That is so cool. Okay, let me do this. That way whenever they pop up, it should start. Me too, Seal. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jane Doe. I know that there will be a lot of bigger channels who have not previously been covering this that will likely jump on this one because it is a filmed trial. I don't know if Sarah Boone is gonna be filmed or not, I'm not sure. But there's also the Vallow Daybell trial, but unfortunately, they're charging, like, 25 cents a minute. I think the entire trial, they were saying, is estimated to cost, like, $6,000. And then Orrin and Orson West, the Classic and Sincere, their trial starts today, 9 AM, and I was hoping to be able to go and listen, like, dual listen to that, so that I could give you guys a breakdown during lunch or whatever about what happens during the opening statements, and I can't. You had to have submitted 5 days in advance to get access to that. Yeah, it is ridiculous. Let me show you. Uh, yeah, there are several starting right now. And then Harmony Montgomery, that's coming up soon as well. And then Ariel Sellers, her trial won't be until September. But it's so many cases that everyone has been following, and it's all coming right now. Like bam, bam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. It's a Tuesday. The spring is getting here. It's going to be a warm day. We're beyond the snow for now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Warner. I'm a district court judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury selection process, I would like to introduce some of the people who are in the courtroom and you may or may not have already met. You see my court reporter in front of me. It's her job and her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as a record of the proceedings. And that's important to remember because she can only take down what you say. Nods of the head and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well. So if you can give a verbal response, that would be great. In addition, we're going to be asking questions of everyone in the courtroom as opposed to just the people who are in the jury box. That's important because I bet when you came in, everybody back here was thinking to themselves, I am really glad I'm not sitting up there. But you need to understand that we're going to be asking questions of everyone. And because of the acoustics in the courtroom, it's the hardest to hear from especially those back 2 rows on this side. So if you can speak up, it will make her job a whole lot easier. Finally, once the attorneys start asking questions, there is a tendency for everybody to speak like they normally would, which is 2 people are talking at the same time. That makes her job impossible. So please let the attorney finish their question before you give an answer, and they'll let you finish your answer before they ask another question. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They're here to assist you. You can talk to them about general matters such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case, and they will not talk to you about it. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that they're not permitted to discuss anything about the case with you. I assume that most of you were not thrilled when you got your invitation to come join us today. However, please understand how important all of you are to our judicial system and how important the jury system is. I want to thank you for being here, and I think you should know that the United States conducts about 90% of the jury trials in the world. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. When our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that the government should not have that much authority. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar provision, for a right to a jury trial. That right cannot be secured unless all of us have the obligation to serve when called. In case you're wondering, yes, I have that same obligation. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I do understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this process. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years. They all told me that they were glad that they had served. They said it gave them a better understanding of how important they were to the process, how important the jury system is to our judicial process. And they said that even though it was a sacrifice, they were glad that they had served, and given the opportunity, they said they would serve again. We are identifying you by number in court rather than by name for a number of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we do not want there to be any confusion regarding who we are referring to at any point in time. This is our 6th day of doing this. So there may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Ms. Johnson. Because of that, it is easier for us to keep track of you by number. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, their staff, and court personnel will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers, and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity, and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through this process and the trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when they were referred to by a number in open court rather than a name. The fact that we are referring to you by number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected. The case we are about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. In this case, the prosecution is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are attorneys with the District Attorney Office. The defendant or accused is Letecia Stauch, and she is being represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook. The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called an information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Before we go any further, I want to ask, do any of you have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? All right, looks like we have a couple. This would be juror number 33 over here. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, even with the microphone, you have difficulty hearing me? Okay. Saw other hands. I saw one over there. Juror 21. Yes, sir. Can you hear me now? Okay. So it has that, and now you can hear me? Okay. All right. Anyone else? I thought I saw a hand in the back. No? All right. Okay. In this case, 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be chosen. They will consider all of the evidence produced during the trial. The jurors will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate this case will take 6 weeks for trial. That does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3 of 2023. So that would That would mean finishing sometime in mid to late May. I understand the burden that such a lengthy trial places on everyone. I previously presided over a case that went 18 weeks from start to finish. So I've been through this before. I understand how impactful this is on jurors' lives. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays as I have other docket matters I have to attend to. You will be able to go home to your families each day, and no, you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them. You'll be able to talk to them about anything else. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this trial? And because I anticipate a lot of hands, we're going to do this in sections. So over here first. Right. Do you have your hand up, juror number one? Okay. Where are you going? Okay. Juror two, did you have your hand up, sir? Juror three? Juror four, did you? No. Juror five? It's a Friday. Does that sound right? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So it's not local. I got it. Okay. Juror six? Juror seven? Juror eight? Where do you go to school? Juror 10? Yes, on the end. Okay. Okay. In the front. Juror number 12? Yes, sir. He's been twice, also very ill. Not that he's gonna. What kind of work do you do, sir? We've already had people from the Postal Service in. I want you to check with your supervisor at our break or over the lunch hour, because there are a number of employers that continue to pay even on jury service. U.S. Postal Service is one of them. So I want you to check with your employer. Does that make a difference? Say that 3 days. Okay. Tell them how long it is, and we'll check with you later today. Okay. Okay. Juror 13. What kind of work do you do? All right, juror. Let's see. 16. Yes, ma'am.
Person responsible for 5 children, 8. I had to call in a friend too. But that's not an option every.
Help me understand what you mean by you're physically responsible.
She has 5 children and because I work from home.
Got it. Juror number 20 on the end. Yes, sir. 6 to the 10th. Okay. And then in the back, first row, juror 22. Okay, what kind of work is it that you do? Wait, let me ask, did you say that you work for the UCCS Police Department? You're excused with the thanks to the court. You do not need to go back to the jury assembly room. You can go about your business. Anyone else in that first row? Let's see. Juror 25. Yes, sir. All right. Anyone else in that front row? No. Second row, juror 37. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, that's right. Because, okay. Juror 35 is over here on the end. Where do you live? Can you? Okay. When you say all the way up north, where's that at? Okay. 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 And juror 36 over here on the end, second row. Juror 37, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Juror 38. What kind of work do you do? And okay, I'm going to have to come back because I already went past row number 1. So, all right, juror 39. No, you be juror 39. We're going by seat number here. Okay, so you don't know when the surgeon's going to schedule it. Okay. So, but you don't have a date for when it's scheduled yet, right? Okay. Okay, juror 40, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Juror 41, did you have your hand up, sir? Okay, and juror 24, you had your hand up. Okay. Well, right now I'm asking for hardship. That's all I'm asking for. I'll ask about other things. Does the things that you forgot have to do with that? So it's a hardship? Okay, I know, and I will get to that. Okay. Last row, juror 51.
I'm self-employed and a sole provider for my house. That could take effect as well. Fair enough. Also, we have May 4th through 16th.
Else in that back row? Juror 54. How old are the children? Anyone else in that back row? Over in this section, first row. All right, juror 29. Okay. Juror 30. Will be done long before the vacation. So the other concerns I understand, but right, yeah, we'll be done long before then. Anyone else in that front row? Juror 31. What court dates do you have? April 18th. Okay. You said it's a civil case? What kind of case? All right, anyone else in that first row? Juror 32. Okay. All right. Anyone else in that first row? Juror 33.
Very bad, hear me?
All right. All right. Juror 34, did you have your hand up, sir? No. Okay. Second row. Juror 47 over here. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Juror 48. What kind of work do you do? Right. Third row, juror 56 on the end. Okay. Would you be able to reschedule that if necessary? Okay. Who else did I have? Okay. Juror 58. Congratulations. Anyone, juror 20, or I'm sorry, 59. Juror 60. What kind of work do you do, sir? And tell me about the financial hardship. Okay. Did you check with your employer about that? Okay. When was the last time that you were summoned? Oh, so not that long ago. It was like 2019 or 2020, something like that. Okay. Juror 61. And this would be April. All right. Juror 62. Okay. Then that third row back, juror 63. Where do you go to school? Back row 65. Yes, sir. What kind of work do you do? Juror 68. Last row, anyone in the last row? Juror 70?
I'm currently employed and I read that this is gonna. I ain't in there.
What kind of work do you do?
Some of these positions had three.
Anyone in that back row? Juror 71? Yes. Okay. If necessary, I can get you a letter. They can't take any adverse action against you as a result of jury service, so I can get you a letter if that would help. Juror 72, did you have your hand up? No. 73? Yes, ma'am. Of April? And is that in this buildings? Anything else? Okay. And juror 74? Are you employed by law enforcement? What do you do? I'm sorry, who are you employed with? Oh, I thought you were trying to get there. Okay, so you are a current law enforcement officer. You're excused with the thanks to the court. Juror 75? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I need to go through a list of grounds that may disqualify you. Some of these grounds will sound familiar because I've already excused 2 people for them, but it's a statutory basis. Are any of you, or do any of you believe that you're related to the defendant or any of the attorneys? No response. Do any of you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor and creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of, or partner in business with, or surety on any bond or obligation for the defendant? That's a long lawyer question, essentially seeking information about whether or not you have a particular relationship with the defendant. Do you rent from her? Does she rent from you? Do you employ her? Does she employ you? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Are you now, or have you ever been, a part in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant, or have complained against or been accused by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Were any of you a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution? Does anyone think that they are a witness in this case? No response. Do any of you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case? No response. Do any of you have feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? And no response. Are any of you an employee of any public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? Okay. Is juror 58? Yes, sir. Are you all post certified? you said Parks and Wildlife, so you're employed by the state, right? Okay. I have to think about that one. So you're a public information officer for CPW. You are not post-certified, correct? Okay. And do you have any arrest powers or authority? Right. Okay. Thank you. That helps me understand it a little bit better. Anyone else? Juror 18. You still are? Okay. You are excused with the thanks to the court as well. Anyone else that I missed? No? All right. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone think they fit in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you're incapable due to a physical or mental limitation to render satisfactory jury service. All right, and that's juror number 35. And is that based on what you told us before? Okay. If you need to stand up, go ahead and stand up. So if you need to stand or stretch or something like that, go ahead and do that. Anyone else? Juror 10? Okay. Okay. Anyone else that I may have missed? No? All right. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're all right? And juror 35, what? Okay, listen to this question. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Okay. Anyone in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you've served for 5 days or more as a trial or grand juror in any state or federal court within the past 12 months. Anyone think they're in that category? All right, no response. um, at this point in time, well, no, hold on. Give us just a few minutes. Juror 21, how have you been doing in being able to hear what's going on? Okay, behind you, somebody that's not using a microphone, you can't hear 'em? Okay. And juror 33, how have you been doing? Okay. Okay. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to excuse the following individuals. Juror 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, hold on just a minute until I get through everybody. Juror 13, 16, 20 at the very end. 25. Next row back. 35, 36, 38, 40, ma'am, 41. So 35, you would be excused too, and 36 over on the end would be excused. I'll come back and do it because since we're a little out of order there, it'll be easier if I come back. Five.
Well, I got the first half of what he was saying, and now he's to the back of the court, and I literally cannot hear anything. I think I heard 45 afterwards, and then that's it. So hopefully he says the numbers whenever he comes back up, but I doubt it. So we're not going to know how many he's eliminating right off the bat, which is Very, very sad. It's going to give us an unsure count all day today. But I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as we end with our jury today. Yeah, same, Elizabeth Ross. I know. I'm praying. Like, I'm certainly they'll have microphones everywhere for court, right? Because otherwise, this is going to be a long 6 weeks not being able to hear. You're listening to. There's nothing. Like, I had my head and my speaker turned all the way up and my head straight to my thing, and I couldn't hear a peep. Not even a peep. It's like they muted, but they didn't. And I'm starting to think, oh my gosh, I'm going to have it all the way up, and then he's going to come back and blow my eardrums out.
Six and seven. $16. 6. Six. 68. 70. Right. At this point in time, we're going to have the staff hand out a list of witnesses for you, and I need all of you to take a look at that list of witnesses. And the question that I'm going to have for you at the end is: do you think any of you know the potential witnesses? And council approach, please. All right. Prosecution does, are there any other witnesses that the prosecution intends to call which are not on that list? Defense?
Possibly Dr. Ron.
Does anyone think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have a couple. All right. Juror 34 over here. Okay, how long ago did you leave the field? Okay. So you would have known them as a result of your employment? Okay. Have you had continuing contact with any of those individuals since 2013? Okay. Okay. The question that I have for you is, and I don't know what their involvement is in this case, or whether they were just somebody who was at the scene, or whether they're actually a lead detective or whatever. But the question that I have for you is, do you think that you could judge that person's testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony? Okay. And then juror 43, yes, sir. Okay, so you could judge those people just the same as you would anyone else? Okay. Anyone else that I may have missed? No? All right. I want to go through some instructions that may help you understand and follow through with our next discussion. And these would be instructions, if you are selected to serve as jurors on this case, these would be instructions that you would receive. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all of the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfactory of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. This means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case, and the defendant is presumed innocent. And that won't change in a few minutes when the defense gives, or when both sides give a sort of mini opening statement so that we can talk about some issues in the case. In addition, someone may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong, or else she wouldn't be here. However, that's an improper question. We don't just randomly select someone from the street to suddenly appear in the courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of charges against this defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are just accusations. They are not evidence. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and unless and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome that presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may also find it useful to think of the charges in this case as similar to a recipe from a cookbook. That's because the charges have certain things in them that must be proven. Once you see it, you'll see that there's actually things that are numbered out. It's kind of like ingredients. So for instance, suppose that you wanted to have a Denver omelet and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up. You added some ham, you added some cheese, you added some mushrooms. In that case, you might have a really nice ham and cheese omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. In this case, if the prosecution charges a Denver omelet, that's what they have to prove. No substitutions on the menu are allowed. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what it has charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everyone wants to be fair, right? Everybody says, geez, I would want to hear from both sides. I sure would want to hear from both sides. However, that's an improper question because that is not the process that is followed in a court of law. This isn't the Maury Povich or Jerry Springer show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charges that it brought. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. Stated differently, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In fact, defense counsel could take a nap at the table, could play cards, and that would not change the prosecution's obligation to prove every element of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That is because it is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. Now, sometimes the attorneys will ask you a question designed to elicit a response from you, such as, well, I know if I were accused of something, I would make sure I took the stand and told my side of the story. As indicated earlier, however, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process that we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anyone know what the number one psychological fear in the population is? It's higher than a fear of death and greater than a fear of meeting a rattlesnake on a hiking trail. It's public speaking. So naturally what we do is we bring 75 strangers and pack them into a courtroom and ask them all kinds of questions and have them respond in front of a whole lot of different people. And I want you to think about that process for a moment. Were you nervous? Were you uncomfortable? Were you hoping, oh my God, I hope the judge just moves to somebody else? And you weren't even accused of a crime, and you weren't being asked a bunch of questions by lawyers about a bunch of facts and having somebody in a jury box just staring at you. The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify. It's possible that she will. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't testify, and regardless of whether you want to hear something more from someone or not, the real question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence that has been presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone here who thinks they cannot follow that process? Please raise your hand. Is there anyone here who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant in order to decide the issues in this case? No response. Is there anyone here who cannot give the defendant the presumption of innocence to which she's entitled under the law? Please raise your hand. All right. Juror 45. Yes, sir. That's you. Yes. Okay. And I'm going to get to that in just a second, so I'm glad you raised your hand. Before we get to the publicity, anyone else? All right. Juror 50, yes, ma'am. Okay. I think it's probably best if I just wade into it. Have any of you heard anything about this case from any source, including friends, family, the news, other media, or the internet? Please raise your hand. Okay, looks like a fair number. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether or not you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Is there anyone who thinks they cannot do that? All right. Juror 31, tell me what's on your mind. Anyone else? No. All right. Let me follow up with juror 45. You said that you had seen a number of things on the media and you had formed an opinion. My question for you is, can you put that aside and decide this case based only on the evidence that's presented in the courtroom? And juror 50, same question to you. Can you put aside what you've read or heard in the media and decide this case based only on the facts presented in the courtroom? At this point in time, I'm going to give the attorneys an opportunity to give sort of a mini opening statement. It's their opportunity to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors. So with that, defense, or I'm sorry, prosecution, I did. Yes, thank you. Yes. Hold on just a minute. Yeah, we're working on it. Just hold on.
Is this better, sir? Better? All right, I'll try to speak louder. Gannon Stauch was met with peril in his bedroom, where he should have found safety and security because he was murdered at the hands of the defendant, his stepmother. Over the course of this trial, you would hear evidence that she made various choices that were intentionally made and all made while she was sane. She chose to stab Gannon Stauch multiple times. She bludgeoned him, fracturing his skull. She shot him in the jaw. You will also hear that she cleaned up the scene of the crime, his bedroom. You will hear that she purposely hid his body, hiding it up near Palmer Lake, but that she also transported his body in a suitcase to Florida, throwing him over the edge of a bridge, hoping that nobody would find him. At the close of evidence, the people asked that you would find the defendant guilty of all charges.
Okay. All right, and juror 33, were you able to hear all of that once she had the microphone? Okay. Juror 33, I'm going to excuse you at this point in time. I just don't think there's a way that we can overcome the hearing issue for you. So we're just going to excuse you, okay? Juror 21, how are you doing? Were you able to hear everything? Okay, we're going to excuse you for the same reason, sir, okay? All right, now that you've heard a little bit about what the facts are in the case, does that jog anybody's memory about whether or not they've heard anything about this case that's not previously raised their hand? No. Juror 12? Yes, sir.
By employment at the mail carrier on that specific.
Okay, so you went through that on what, a daily basis?
I was part of my daily route.
Okay. And how long did you have that route?
I was a person that covered the route for the main person who was out for medical. I was
Okay.
during that time.
Okay. And did you go?
By the house.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Was one of the houses that you
Yeah.
went to, was it
My route.
that was on your route?
Clarify, that area is not a site delivery, so not house to house to house.
Right.
It's centralized boxes, so
Okay.
I didn't necessarily go to that house daily. I would go to the house if I had parcels to deliver, but a mail drop off was at a specific location.
Okay.
Area.
And I'm at least in my, I can only say with what I'm familiar with, in my area, there may be 8 or 10 houses that share a specific drop box. Is that kind of what we're talking about?
My memory collects, there was 2 boxes on opposite sides of the house location.
Okay.
Or which box, that's a specific one, but that whole area. Developing areas.
At the time. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? No? All right. And juror 24, you had previously raised your hand about some particular issues. Have we touched on them yet? Do you have any? What do you want to tell me? Okay. Okay. And what about the first one? Does that affect your ability to, or would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you sharing your experiences with us. And one of the things that every juror does is they bring in their life experiences. That's why when ultimately we end up with a jury, you have a number of different viewpoints. And I think that's a good thing. And those viewpoints foster what the discussion is going to be amongst the jurors. And there's nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, you'll even get an instruction that says that you get to use your common sense when you're deciding this case. However, you also get an instruction that says you're not to be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice for or against either party. So the question becomes, based on your experiences, do you think that you can set them aside and decide the evidence or decide the issues in this case based on the evidence and the law that's given to you? No, I appreciate that. And I preside over a lot of different cases, and some of them are more emotionally charged than others. I mean, speeding tickets and those sorts of things, a lot less emotion. False information to a pawnbroker, lot less emotion. So lots of other cases don't have the emotional component, but it is important to separate it out. They get the same instructions actually that are given in this case. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there anyone else who thinks they could not set aside their exposure to the media aside from juror 45 and juror 31? Please raise your hand. No juror 37? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And I get it. I understand. Let me see if this helps. You heard Ms. Gratiano get up here and tell you what she thought the case was about. And it sounds like you've either read something, saw something in the news, heard something from friends. Is that fair? Okay. None of that is evidence. The only thing that is evidence is somebody that comes in here, raises their right hand, just like you guys did at the very beginning, swears to tell the truth, takes that witness stand, and starts telling you what they saw, what they heard, what they knew, something of that nature. You'll also see evidence in the form of photographs, diagrams, charts, those kinds of things. That's typical evidence as well. But nothing from the attorneys is evidence. They don't ever raise their hand and swear to tell the truth. They're paid advocates for a particular position. The news is reported as the news is reported. I don't know what their sources are. I don't. It's not generally. It would not generally be admissible in a court of law because it may be based on hearsay. It may be unreliable. They may have gotten something wrong, something of that nature. There are all kinds of cases that cause an emotional reaction. And I've presided over a lot of different kinds of cases. And I'll tell you one that gets everybody's emotions up is abuse of an animal, right? Abuse of a dog. Don't hurt a dog. Don't hurt a cat. Everybody gets upset about that. And the question is whether or not you can decide the case based on the evidence, the facts that are given, rather than from a standpoint of emotion. Do you think that you can do that? Okay. Is there anyone else in the back? Let's see. Let's start with juror 66. Yes, sir. Okay. The charges, go back. The charges in this case are murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is that what you were asking about? Okay. And what is it that you want me to explain? Okay. Okay. Um, Let me sort of, this is a mini law lesson, I suppose. Every crime in the state of Colorado um, is composed of elements. Those are the ingredients to the recipe that I was talking about. And when you see it, there's going to be like, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them. I can't remember which. And it depends on the number of, or it depends on the crime as to how many elements that there are. The number one element is always the same in Colorado on the date and place charged, because they have to establish that it's in Colorado and that it happened. So that's always the same. Then the next one is something that we refer to as a culpable mental state, language only a lawyer can love. Um, a crime is committed by a voluntary act accompanied by a culpable mental state. A culpable mental state is intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, negligently. Okay. And there's different definitions for each one of those terms. Um, so the prosecution has to prove every element. They have to prove that an act occurred, and they have to prove that there was a mental element. It could be intentionally, it could be knowingly. And there's specific definitions for those. In addition, the last thing that they have to prove is that she was not insane at the time. Follow me so far? Okay. Now, probably what's going to happen here is that there's going to be some experts that will testify about whether they believe she was or was not insane at the time. And they may reach certain conclusions about that. You will receive an instruction regarding expert testimony. The very last sentence of that instruction reads pretty much like it does for all other witnesses. You may believe all part or none of the testimony of an expert witness. So what you believe or what you don't believe is entirely up to you based on the evidence that you see. That's something that a juror does. They weigh that evidence, they look at it, they make a determination about whether it makes sense, whether it's contradicted or supported by other evidence, all of those kinds of things. And then they make the determination about whether or not uh, the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not insane at the time. Does that answer your question? Right. Cell phones off, please. Okay. It does, and here's one thing that I can tell you. I imagine that between the lawyers, the way that the process is going to work is when the prosecution calls its witnesses, the prosecution gets to ask questions. That's called direct examination. Then the defense gets to cross-examine and point out inconsistencies, weaknesses, those sorts of things. Then the prosecution then will have an opportunity to do something called redirect. That is, go over some things that were covered in cross-examination. When the defense calls witnesses, if it chooses to do so, remember, they don't have any obligation to do that. But if they choose to do that, it will be the reverse process because the defense is calling a witness, the defense will start, then the prosecution, then the defense. At the end of both of those, in the state of Colorado, jurors have an opportunity to ask questions of witnesses if there's something that they need clarified or something that they don't understand and that maybe they need a little bit better explanation on. Now, there's a process that you have to go through in order to do that. You don't get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation, but there is a process for doing that. Does that help? Okay. Juror 71, did you have your hand up, ma'am? Okay. Okay. But it does not have anything to do with the facts of this case, right? Okay. Okay. Nope, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. And then juror 37, yes, ma'am. Okay, and I understand how you feel about that. All I can tell you is that what we're dealing with here is the attorneys are trying to give you some idea about what the issues are. What you've heard is not evidence. There's probably going to be people that explain what that has to do with insanity, what it doesn't have to do with insanity. It's up to you. Whether you accept it or not is an entirely different matter. Does that make sense? Is that a yes? Okay. Anyone else? No. All right. I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. And the question that I have for all of you is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? No hands. That's good. Occasionally I get one, and that's always interesting. Let's see. Um, so, juror 12, I just want to make sure that I have this crystal clear. You would have been on the route for this house from January 1 through roughly through at least March 31 of 2020.
Yes.
Give me just a minute, please. Council approach, please. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to excuse jurors 12 and 31. Again, you do not need to go back to the jury assembly room. But jurors 12 and 31, you're 31, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Thank you. Right. Is there anything about the nature of this case which would in and of itself influence any of you in arriving at a verdict? Please raise your hand. Yeah, sorry. Is there anything about the nature of this case which would in and of itself influence any of you at arriving at a verdict? And juror 15, yes, sir.
I am father of 3 girls, aged 7.5, 6, and 3.5. Child abuse is one thing that hasn't run in our, that has been a concern throughout kind of the history that
Okay.
I believe I can separate that, but that is one thing that would be.
No, you did the right thing by bringing it up, and I appreciate that. Because I presided over a lot of different cases, sex assault on children, child abuse, all of those kinds of things. And I don't think there's anybody that's going to come in and say that this is a good thing, that this should have happened or anything else like that. And so that part isn't going to change. The question is whether or not you can decide this case based on the facts presented in this case and the law that's given to you. Do you think that you can do that? Okay. Anyone else in this group? Anyone in this section back here? No response. How about over here? Juror 42, yes, ma'am. Okay. And I'm sorry for that you had to go through that process. I've presided over those kinds of cases too, and none of them are easy. And it sounds to me like, so that I understand the facts correctly, you were a child that was unfortunately in a very contentious divorce, it sounds like. And it sounds as though, based on whatever it was that happened in that case, your little sister ended up with the father. Okay. And that process for you has been traumatic, going through that. And just coming back into the courthouse today, is that causing you some stress? The process where it happened, was it in this courtroom or was it in a different one? Okay. And was I the judge on that? Okay. So it's just the process and coming back through this do I have that right? Okay. And do you think that you would be able to set that aside and just, okay. And yes, that was it. Juror 45? Yes, sir. Okay. And again, I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but so it sounds that you have some feelings as a result of the nature of the charges that are involved in this case. Is that fair? Because based on your own personal experience? Okay. Is there anyone else? All right. All right, give me just a minute, please. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to excuse jurors 42 and 45. And again, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to be doing is taking a recess until about 1 o'clock. What that's going to do is you saw that a stack of stuff had been delivered to the attorneys. Those are the questionnaires. What will occur is over the lunch break, we will be taking a break, and the attorneys and I will be looking through the questionnaires. When we come back at 1 o'clock, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. I've limited the time for the attorneys to ask you questions, so if it appears that they're rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Here's what you can do when we take our break. You probably have someone that is wondering, a spouse, significant other, somebody that's important in your life, wondering what's happening today and whether you are on the jury and all those sorts of things. What you can tell them is that you are on a panel for the jury for Letecia Stauch. You can tell them that if you are selected as a juror, you anticipate that the trial would last 6 weeks. You can tell them that the judge said you can't say anything else about the case. You can ask for their help. You've already heard and you already know that there has been some public interest in this case through the media, through other friends, those sorts of things. You can ask for their help in avoiding any exposure to media, to opinions from other friends, those sorts of things, and say, the judge said I can't talk to anybody about it. You can't even talk amongst yourselves about it. That way they can help you avoid those opinions because it's natural for people to want to share their opinions. I know that because I'm married to a woman who has a lot of strong opinions about a lot of things, and she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So the way that you avoid all of that is you say, the judge said, I can't talk to you about it. Please don't talk to me about it. That puts the burden on me, not you, because if I were to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So, if we can have you back in the hallway, you don't need to go back to the jury assembly room, but if we can have you back in the hallway a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start on time right at 1 o'clock. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. Most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are some south on Tejon. There's also a bistro in the basement, but I don't think it opens until 11 o'clock. And when you go, you need to take everything with you, your bags and all of that stuff. So we'll see you back at a little bit before 1 o'clock. And I have a question from juror 69. Yes, ma'am. No, 6 weeks starting April 3. Does that help? Okay, yep. No, what's happening is that we've been doing this for 6 days now, and we're, as you see, we started out with a big group. We're down to a lot smaller group. And by this afternoon, we'll have an even smaller group, I'm sure. That's the way that it has been. And we're bringing all of those people that are left at the end of the day, we're bringing them back, bringing them back on April 3. And that's when the jury will be selected. So, but this is the process that we're going through. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Oh, I'm sorry. But was there one more question? Hold on. Juror 53. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, during the daytime, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you would not be able to like work a midnight shift because we would have trial on the Friday. But yes, you will be able to go about and do anything that you want to do on the Thursday. Your commitment here would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. There's also no trial on May 12th. On Thursdays, I have other docket matters that I have to attend to. So there's not a trial on or Thursday is not a trial day. Does that answer your question? Okay. Anyone else before we go? Going once, twice? No? All right.
Showing up
Thank you.
on the
We'll see you
first
back at
page
1
of Google.
o'clock. Thank you. All rise for the jury. I forgot to tell them to remember where they were sitting. Some days, you get in that groove. Some days you just forget those small little things. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We will see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay, we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
Should have items.
All right, it's lunchtime. No, he caught it after the fact. Yeah, I was going to say I didn't hear anything about our third grade seating chart today. Now everybody's going to be a mess whenever they come back, but the good news is it won't be too hard. She started to claim that seal. I know for a fact that she was not going to a Jewish church. They were members at the Restoration Church in Colorado, and oh my, Louisiana girl, I think we're at 105 or 107. I'm not sure. We only need a handful today, really. But the more they get, the better, because they've already said that some people have called back in and have complained about, life changes and things like that. So I'm sure that we will see some of them not make it back. I'm sure Ween baby, lots of jurors end up with PTSD. So in this break time, I am going to go over the lawsuit that Letecia filed. That's what, yeah, your heavy eye roll. She claimed that she was having her meals violated her constitutional rights because they weren't giving her true kosher things. Like I said, though, I know for a fact she was not going to a Jewish church at the time of Gannon's disappearance. So that must have been a converted religion once she was in prison, I'm guessing, or a converted dietary need. Not sure, because I'm pretty sure that Burger King does not serve kosher. I could be wrong, but she told us herself that she went to Burger King that day or the day before, whichever one it was, that Sunday. So I want to play, let's see. I want to play a couple different things during this break as well. So I'm going to save those, though. Let's read the lawsuit first, because the kids are building a birdhouse, so they should be distracted for a few minutes. So let me do this. We will save the videos for whenever they need to be noisy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Listen, I've been very invested in this as well. You may not have been here since the beginning, but my sister-in-law and brother-in-law live in that area, and they, like, my niece was in Gannon's little sister's class. So what happened to her daughter? Yeah, current personality might be Jewish. But I'm not sure what you mean by what happened to her daughter. But my family lives in that area, and so the very night that he went missing, they were out helping search. They were a part of that initial community searching and things like that. They reached out right away and let us know, like, hey, please pray for this little boy. He's missing in our neighborhood and things like that. So yeah, you're Jewish. You don't acknowledge her. I'm not sure what you mean by what happened to her daughter, though, Amy O. Or I'm sorry, Miss O. Amy O. Jeez, looking at too many things. Thank you, Emily. Yes, synagogues, not to churches, right? Okay, so let me show. Let me pull this up. Where are we at? Where is page 1 at? Okay, so she files this lawsuit against the jail while she was in here. I believe since she filed this that they actually did drop it later, but here it is. Says claim number 1, kosher violations First Amendment. From July 21st to February of 2022, my First Amendment right was violated by means of my kosher diet. Inmates sign an agreement stating they will adhere to the policy and follow their kosher diet guidelines to avoid interruption of meals and services. During this time, I expressed several concerns of the meals not being wrapped appropriately, items that were not kosher approved being placed in our diets, and the violation of sanitation by putting kosher on open trays. I asked deputies to alert their superiors that the policy and custom by El Paso County Jail was not prohibited per the religious affiliation. Below are a list of inmate I think kites that followed once staff refused to contact Trinity Food Services and let administration know of the violations. In 2021, on August 8th, like, this tells you how much time she has. Couldn't go to the law library, couldn't make any efforts to work on her own legal defense whenever she was pro se, but she sat here keeping notes about her dietary things that were going on so that she could file a lawsuit. So on August the 8th, a kite to Trinity Foods explaining contamination and kosher items on open trays. September 4th, reported improper kosher and contaminations through the El Paso County Jail grievance process and was told to contact Trinity instead of the jail. November 19th, sent a kite explaining that staff was using pen marker to write K on non-kosher items that did not already have standard approval. These were non-kosher items and violated the signed agreement. Where? Next one. Sorry. Thought they were going to let me open them one at a time, but it's not going to work like that. That's okay though. So the jail continued to ignore customs and policy for kosher inmates and placed the blame on the contractor, Trinity Foods. However, the contractor is conducting business in El Paso County Jail, and administration, SSGTs, failed to monitor or adjust violations. Next, during court transport in September of 2021, November of 2021, and February 2022, I advised the deputies that they were not providing kosher meals while at court, and eating the sack lunches were a violation of our kosher signed policy. I asserted my First Amendment right on each occasion and asked the jail to adhere to their policy on religious diets. After several attempts, I noticed retaliation and was not provided my kosher, or my meal was delayed for hours when other kosher or non-kosher inmates had theirs. On February 12th, the deputy Stengel, a named defendant, sent in a violation of kosher to religious programs, and they terminated my meal. From February 14th until February 28th, I sent several kites and asked the SSGTs could they provide the proof behind the reason the suspension that I did not violate the agreement, that in fact the jail continued to show a direct link between the policy and constitutional injury. During this time, I received notification that Deputy Stengel observed me violating the diet by eating other foods. I explained to her that these purchased items on commissary were not excluded and sorry. To open each one separately. And once again asked the jail to hold a meeting. Notice her handwriting once again, different, or some form of hearing demonstrating that I did not adhere and that those actions were not prejudice on behalf of Stengel. Instead, I received unjust punishment as a result of this individual who was competent and who showed extreme indifference more than negligence toward my First Amendment right. From February 14th to August 14th, I was suspended from my diet, which led to weight loss, depression, and being limited to one meal a day because of excessive commissary prices. I suffered conflicts between myself and substantial burdens on my religious practice. This led me to modified religious beliefs and being forced to eat regular meals or non-kosher items or not eat at all. I received my kosher back on 8/14/2022 after 6 months. Immediately, the disregard for our customs placed more constitutional injury. The 1st to the 14th. On August 17th, I expressed the violations to Deputy Snipe, named defendant, and how the jail continued to fail at control by direction or supervising others for our rights explained in the inmate handbook and our First Amendment right to practice religion. I explained to her that the meal for lunch and dinner were not approved items and were processed with other foods, causing contamination. I also addressed the need to reach out to her superiors to help bring the kitchen in compliance with their policy. After all, where are we at? Okay, after all, where to go? She was party to a violation and continued operation. Page 4. Did that work, right? Where can you go for an accurate deep dive? Miss O, I have been going back through this case since from the beginning until through court. If you want to go to the Gannon playlist, I recommend it. There's a lot of details and things that we go down through, and then through jury selection for the lunch breaks, we went through the affidavit the first 4 days, and yeah, so that's what I recommend. I recommend going to the Gannon playlist because it will give you an overview of all the things that happened on social media and things like that. Yeah, no punishment is unjust. And for the arrest affidavit and things like that, if you look, I do have them time stamped for when I started to read it and stuff so that you don't have to click down or click through it. As far as her violations and kosher rights and things like that, I do think that if you are Jewish and you are in prison, like they should be, making sure that you have proper meals, or any religion for that matter. Whatever your dietary needs for your religion are, I think that should be followed, even for vegans and things like that. I don't see a problem with that. But the thing is, they were catching her eating things that weren't in her dietary needs. Like she was purchasing things from the commissary that didn't line up with what she was complaining that she needed. And I think probably what happened was the fact that she probably preferred the kosher lunch options over what the regular jail meals were. That would be my only guess. Like she probably seen somebody else's food and was like, "Oh, that looks good. How did you get that?" And they were probably like, "Oh, well, I'm Jewish, so they give me kosher." And I'm going to assume that that's how this all started. But she's just very, very difficult and confrontational at every step of the way, no matter what. Like she just does everything she can to be the most unbearable, intolerable human being around. Like, seriously, no matter who she is in contact with, she does everything in her power to just be as difficult as possible. Okay, so this one says Deputy Stipe became confrontational and abused her power while acting in official capacity. She insisted that the meal was correct, ignored my claim to First Amendment right, and refused to serve me with a proper kosher diet. She was competent because she acknowledged that error, but explained that she was too busy to deal with it. She accepted Trinity's reasonings and did not alert her superiors that our rights were being violated, even though the first duty oath of office is to protect individual rights. She even stated, if you don't like it, don't come to jail. I mean, that's a pretty good thing, you know. She has a point. If you don't like the jail food, then don't get yourself thrown in prison. I kind of agree with that officer. This is not the first time that she retaliated with comments such as these. In fact, she was also a deputy who ignored violations that I listed in 2021. Deputies are only means to correct a meal while locked down for 21 to 22 hours a day. Aw, poor T. Are you being made to stay in your little prison cell because of how difficult and the fact that you keep trying to escape and you have harmed people physically? Is that resulting in an inconvenient stay for you? Hold on. I gotta find out which way that is. Sorry, she's like pressing a button and just holding it in. Yes, that's one personality trait that doesn't vary from identity to identity. You ain't kidding. Like, that seems to stay the same. Yeah, you think she's using this kosher things as a ploy. I agree, Emmy. I agree, Amy. I agree. But then again, like, you look at all this stuff that she did and it's like, how do you sit there and claim a DID defense? I think that's why they removed this lawsuit, because this looks bad on her, right? She's been keeping track of meal violations for over a year and then filed a lawsuit. But she's going to claim that she has altered personalities and issues. Like, I'm sorry, did the same personality, was the same person getting the wrong meals for a whole year? But you just happen to have DID the day that you murdered Gannon, though, right? No. The following is the next few non-compliances. On 8/15 of 2022, non-kosher 8/16, no proteins for kosher meals, extremely low calorie. 8/17, non-kosher lunch and dinner. 8/18, the most striking of the kosher violations from Trinity Foods when they served smeat, which is processed meat with non-kosher items in a plant around pork. They will claim that no pork touched the smeat, but the meal was a violation and contamination of non-kosher either way. This item has always been excluded from any kosher meals. Throughout this time, I was told that a Trinity employee named Tim, is it B Tim? B Tim is there serving her schmeat. Now we know what happened. It's all B Tim's fault. Tim said, we are cutting back due to inflation, and sometimes the food will be non-kosher, eat it or buy commissary. On the next occasion, Tim told the ward deputy he was following guidelines, but still El Paso County Jail refused to supervise the contractor. On 8/18, we told SGT, who entered a 3 female ward during our timeout. He said he did not know anything about it, but yet nothing happened, as in no remedies to these reports of First Amendment violations. On 8/19, the meals were still incorrect. All defendants continue to ignore constitutional rights. Defendants understand and have culpable state this policy is ignored because there is a disregard to our customs and the jail's handbook. This forces inmates to alter their religious belief, not eat at all, or have excessive commissary spending when we are afforded 3 meals a day. These are deliberate intentions. Even after 1 year of trying to resolve this issue, it demonstrates prejudice to the religion. The parties involved expect me to follow my signed religious agreement, but can ignore it on their end. Yeah, they expect you. They expect you to follow a kosher diet if you're going to require them to go out of the way to provide kosher meals to you. That doesn't mean that you can sit there and just order, a hamburger or something from commissary or what bacon, like a bacon burger or something. That's not how it works. You can't just do what you want, but then be like, oh, they violated me. And that's exactly what it sounds like was happening. She was purchasing non-kosher items on her own, but then trying to get furious whenever it wasn't right on their end. She just didn't like the schmeat that B. Tim gave her. The parties involved expected me to follow my signed religious agreement, but ignored it on their end. The defendants named are not immune under the First Amendment because 1, 2, and 3 are in their official capacity, and I have met the factors in the prong test, and all defendants implemented or I think it says something responsible for whatever. I can't read that last sentence. She did think that the prison was going to be like vacationing in the Hamptons. I really think so. Isn't it? Man. So then she moves on to how she has been medically neglected. Medical neglect, Eighth Amendment. So again, let's talk about the fact that she keeps notes starting back in March of 2020. Looking at DID, how do you figure she kept a ledger of things that were happening without having this like different personalities or whatever? How did she maintain DID diagnosis and keep track of all of the things that violated her Eighth Amendment? It says, I was arrested in March of 2020, and upon intake, I signed an ROI and explained my extensive history with stomach issues. I suffered from severe IBS-C with symptoms present 12 or more days a month, leaky gut, abdominal pain presented for 15 or more days a month, internal and external bleeding, blood in stool 7 or more days a month, swelling beyond the normal range, the presence of knots in my stomach that one can feel, in constant pelvic pain due to my stomach issues listed above. I explained that I experience frequent times of not producing a bowel movement, 10 to 15 days at a time, and sometimes more. I have been prescribed Miralax, Sena, and a stool softener at various times. Below is a list of communicated through the inmate kite system. Kites only show through 2021 November. So it says medical kites, stomach issues, constipation, and current medication was not working. The provider responded that no changes would be made. On 12/7, denying medication that was productive. The provider responded that I was at 56% compliant rate, and I explained to the med cart nurse that Jane Doe that sounds like constipation, not IBS, right? That the percentage was invalid because the med pass was consistently out of Miralax. So they said that she was not compliant for a lot of taking her medicine and stuff like that. And what it came down to was the fact that she was not compliant because she was I'm just going to do it this way so I don't have to keep switching. She was refusing her medicine and then claiming that the med cart was out of it. So she says the percentage was invalid because MedPass was consistently out of Miralax and or Cena due to staffing. Sometimes medical never showed up and they counted the days that I was out of custody in their responses, thus making the response invalid. I bet you she was refusing the medicine because it was probably tearing up her stomach. You know, she was lying to try to say that she had these issues and didn't. And so then the medicine, I can't imagine taking like stool softeners and stuff like that on a daily basis if you don't actually need them and what that would do to your gut or Miralax. Ooh. On 118 of 22, my kite said, "Can I get different stomach meds since the provider refuses to evaluate me?" The response was a deflection as the provider responded with, "Please make sure you are placing a request in a professional manner." I was flabbergasted because the kite listed above was appropriate. 15 days without going. On 3/12 of 22, request for medication to clean system out because I was at 11 days straight. On 3/26, stomach help requested in severe pain, and they responded that I was scheduled to see the doctor. I never saw a doctor, and bleeding started. On 2/11/22, 16 days without stool medication and not working, stomach pain and bleeding. On 4/10/22, explained that I had been requesting help since 118 of 22 and still did not get to see a doctor. On 6/10, I spoke with Jane Doe, a nurse who had her badge backwards and refused to give her name. She stated that I needed to drink water and stop eating the trays. I told her I eat once a day and drink at least 12 to 14 8-ounce cups a day. She's drinking 12 to 14 cups of water a day. I highly doubt that. I explained that the issue was chronic and that I was at risk for bowel obstruction. Yeah, here. Yeah, you'll bet she feels crappy. I know, right? She is so special. I know this, Budler. They should have done an enema. Hi, Cray Cray. She doesn't sound crazy, just backed up, right? Hi, Mischief Me. Welcome, guys. We are on lunch for the next 2 hours. So I'm just kind of going down through the lawsuit that she filed. Hi, Angie. Yeah, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Oh, man. She's just a trip. She is just a trip. Okay. I explained that the issue was chronic and I was at risk for a bowel obstruction and or long-term health risk. No help was provided. Bleeding continued, swelling pain, tiny, more able knots, and stomach appeared without seeing a doctor. Jane Doe described as tall, about 5'9", long dark brown hair, medium built, white fair skin. 8/19/2022. Told medical staff that I needed relief due to stomach swelling, constipation, bleeding, and pain that was worse than any previous kites, that current fiber lax and stool softeners are not working. Note, I have sent grievances, spoke with several medical staff members to include, but not limited to, Heather, Danielle, and Maggie, and several other Jane Does who hide their badges instead of clothing, who turn it around backwards from March 2020 to August of 2022. I informed SSGIs named Bryant, Ayad, Duquette, and someone named Simpson, according to the ward deputy, about the medical neglect. I was told to keep kiting and to understand that staffing was low. The jail continues to ignore the negligence of contractor Path. Therefore, being an active participant in the responsibility for the continued operation and constitutional violation. Continued neglect. On another occasion, I requested a medical evaluation for a concussion. Jeez. Does she really think anyone cares? I don't know. Give her magnesium citrate. Oh, man. Yeah, she'd go for days. She'd go for days. Yes, I did hear about the fentanyl overdose, and there she was listed as a potential witness or suspect or whatever. I did hear about that. You wonder if she has DID, if she's taking any mental health meds. I don't know. She asked for a manager. She's like the ultimate Karen, right? Just every day she wants to talk to the manager, keeping notes, filing lawsuits, just every single day. I'm sorry, but I think it's hilarious. And that's sad, but I think it's hilarious that she feels so neglected and abused and that her rights are all being violated and all this stuff. Like, good. I am glad you are miserable every single freaking day. I am so happy about that. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah, isn't she so special? Okay. Okay, so she had a concussion. It was the second one while at CJC. In July of 2022, I rolled off the top bunk and hit my head, sliced it open and bruised my ribs. I alerted the ward deputy who called and emailed medical staff. I was told to put in a kite. These are the symptoms that I was told to give medical staff that continued. You know what? I am so glad. Hold on. Side note. I am so glad that she is saying that she had 2 different head injuries while she was in prison, because guess what? If they try to blame her DID on a head injury that she could have potentially had and try to say that it was from prior, like way back, and that that's what caused her DID, guess what? Bam, she just claimed that she got 2 before her MRI would have happened and before she spoke with the DID doctor. Slam dunk for the prosecution there. Nausea, several hours of dizziness, 2 days of bleeding, 2 hours persistent on and off for 1 day. Later scabbing occurred. Pain ignored, but I lasted 4 days. Back and headaches, still active on and off, and sensitivity, vomiting, on, off and on 1 day. Blurry vision, 2 days. Note, I still continue to have headaches, difficulty thinking clearly, and remembering information. I did send a kite on 7/19, 7/2, 7/26, 7/30, and I was told to be patient, that I was placed on a sick call multiple times. On August 16th, Maggie, the WellPath nurse, appears almost 30 days after the incident. I bet you, I bet you, with her being alone for 20 some hours a day, that she's just doing this so that she can get people to come up and talk to her. It's T lonely. So, so lonely. Yeah, we don't need to set aside bias. I am not going to be unbiased. Okay. Be safe, Louisiana girl. See you when you get back. Yeah, the kites are like jail notes, I guess. It sounds like that's what they call them. Oh, are we gonna get Joan of Arc Barbie in this one? I wonder. I don't know. You'd love to interview her. You'd probably find 10 other personalities. Oh my. So the incident occurred while sleeping, as I have nightmares and a sleepwalking condition. She gonna say that she was sleepwalking the night that she hurt Gannon with the candle? I explained the continued issues and that this was the second one in a year. I also asked for a bottom bunk restriction to prevent further head damage, and how I was sure that I'd damaged my ribs as well. I also expressed my concern for neglecting a head trauma for almost 30 days. She told me to kite medical health instead. Mental health. To kite mental health. Oh, geez. Instead, because they handle those type of things. Once again, I received incompetent responses from an individual who is a licensed nurse hired by WellPath. This is well beyond a reasonable response time, and they are beyond negligent, as explained in the section involving my stomach issues. Both issues are serious and risk potential further health issues or risk of harm. Individuals and organizations in the same situation outside of these defendants would know without proper medication, x-rays, etc., the symptoms will increase, pain level will increase, and will lead to more stomach and gastrointestinal tract issues, head, cognitive related issues, concussions. In addition, the stomach issues could lead to bowel obstruction and internal bleeding, per my previous GI doctor. Unbelievable that she hasn't dropped over dead yet. Couldn't have that happen. So, and this says, this is like from the statement of claims and things like that, saying that she had freedom of religion and kosher violations and medical neglect. Let me see what this next one is. Again, just part of her filing. And the last one. Oh, and then she had a list of her defendants. So she's just a piece of work, honestly. She's just a full-blown piece of work. I thought she was housed alone. I think she is. They must just have her on a top bunk. She needs a colostomy. Oh, man. Your friend sends you messages from a kiosk in county. It's like a text, right? Yellowbird Barbie comes with your own boob stain jumpsuit. Unanswered guys. And smeat trays from B Tim. B Tim would be the one who's passing out smeat. Oh man. She is such a handful. I would never in a million years want to be responsible for her care in this prison. Yeah, what about poor Gannon? What Letecia did for him and how he must be in such agony. Exactly. Right. Yeah, she's just saying that she's not in her right mind. Definitely. I know. There was no mint on her pillow either. Right. Okay, where are we at? You get a notification from a Get Out app. It's 25 cents a message. Wow. You know what happened though? Okay, so in the beginning, whenever she was in jail, people like Kit Kat and other YouTubers were putting money on her commissary so that she would talk to them and so that she would communicate back and forth with them. It wasn't even so much her family or anything like that. You know, once they found Gannon, I'm not sure how much support she really even got from her family, but it was coming from YouTubers and other people who wanted to follow that. An update about Nashville. Okay, let me look. And so once the communication stopped with everybody about everything, they stopped putting money. You know, they stopped putting money on her commissary. And so then she starts complaining nonstop the about the food and stuff. Pay is like that too. Yeah. Maybe. You wonder if her attorneys told her to do some of those things. It's possible. Right. If she is so concerned about proper medical care, why didn't she take Gannon to a doctor? I don't know. News 4. He wants tablet. Tablet. Yes. Yes, please.
Here, it's almost dead, but whatever.
Yeah, only a demented idiot would support her. Yeah. There were so many people though, because it was going so crazy and she was sending so many different things. And they were putting money on too so that she could make phone calls to them. You know, I think it was Kit Kat who had recorded and put out many of the phone calls that T had called her and actually communicated with her. Okay, let me pull up this interview. This is from the family when Gannon was still missing, before he was found, before they even announced that they believed he was deceased. This is from February 5th of 2020. So it's about a 4-minute video here.
How do I describe my G-Man, my Gannon? Gannon's my hero. I love him so much. He's not only my hero, he has multiple people that call him his hero as well. He has so many family members that just look up to him at such a small age. He's full of life. He's happy. He's energetic. He loves sports. He loves Sonic. He loves going outside, playing with his friends, his sister, his neighbor, especially Braden. This neighborhood basically gives you a true example of who my son is. Everybody coming together, all the smiles that people have. This is why I have hope, because I feel it. This is Gannon truly speaking to our community. Gannon he loves blue. He loves Sonic. He's into coding. He loves riding his bicycle with his sister. And I know that he's missing that right now. He holds his job as being Big Bubba very important. And for him not to be able to talk to his sisters has to be hurting him. This week has been awful. It's been more than a roller coaster ride. It's been more than emotional mess. I don't even have answers for my feelings other than I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I will never hear his voice, that I'll never hear him run and say, "Mommy," that I'll never hear those corny jokes that he always tells every single day. He has to tell me a joke. He looks forward to telling me something silly. And I'm afraid that I may never see that again or hear it. I don't want to believe that, because that means that I'm giving up hope, and I'm not giving up hope because my son is full of hope. So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is. So please call, please write. If you need to have someone else to do it for you, please do. Because my son deserves to be here. He deserves to be here. Please call the El Paso Sheriff's County and let them know. And I thank you guys, the community, for what you've done, because this is Gannon. This is who he is. And I thank you guys so much.
When Gannon was born, he weighed only 1 pound and 6 ounces, and even today, he's still our miracle child. He still is. And he's such a happy child, and he just brings life to every party. His smile, even today, is keeping us going. His infectious smile brings me joy every time I think about it. The past 8 days have been, as Landon said, a roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes we jump in for joy because we get an information that we might think is a break in the case, and then the next minute we get we see something or get information that just breaks our heart in a million pieces again. But through all this, just know that your thoughts and your prayers and your messages, keep them coming, because even if we don't respond, we are receiving them, and that has given us strength to get through this. And I do want to say I'm so proud of Lena, my little baby girl here, and of Landon, my children's mother. They've been so strong through this, stronger than I would have ever thought that I could have ever been, and I'm getting strength from them as well. As I said, please keep sending your thoughts and your prayers. because we are receiving them. And if you have any information at all that could help, please reach out to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office with only credible information, but any information that you think may help. Thank you so much. Your turn.
I love you, Baba.
He climbs in my lap for a good night hug. He calls me dad and I call him Bob. With his faded old pillow, a bear named Pooh, he snuggles up close and says, I wanna be like you. I tuck him in bed and I kiss him goodnight, tripping over the toys as I turn out the light. I whisper a prayer, someday he'll see he's got a father in God, 'cause he's seen Jesus in me. Lord, I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be just like me. Wanna be a holy example for his innocent eyes to see. Help me be a living Bible, Lord, that my little boy can read. I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be like me. Got to admit I've got so far to go, make so many mistakes, and I'm sure that you know. Sometimes it seems no matter how hard I try, with all the pressures in life, I just can't get it all right. But I'm trying so hard to learn from the best, being patient and kind, filled with your tenderness. 'Cause I know that you learn from the things that he sees, and the Jesus he finds will be the Jesus in me. Lord, I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be just like me. I wanna be a holy example for his innocent eyes to see. Help me be a living Bible, Lord, that my little boy can read. I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be like me. Right now, from where he stands, I may seem mighty tall, but it's only 'cause I'm learning from the best father of them all. Lord, I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be just like me. Wanna be a holy example for his innocent eyes to see. Help me be a living Bible, Lord, that my little boy can read. I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be like me. I wanna be just like you, 'cause he wants to be like me. Speak out the great I am, immovable rock, omnipotent, powerful, awesome Lord, victorious warrior, commanding King of Kings, mighty conqueror, and the only time I ever saw him run was when he ran to me. He took me in his arms, held my head to his chest, said, "My son's come home again," lifted my face, wiped the tears from my eyes, with forgiveness in his voice. He said, "Son, do you know I still love you?" He caught me by surprise when God ran. I left home, I knew I'd broken his heart. I wondered then if things could ever be the same. Then one night I remembered his love for me. Down a dusty road ahead I could see it was the only time. Was the only time I ever saw him run. And then he ran to me. He took me in his arms, held my head to his chest, said, "My son's come home again," lifted my face, wiped the tears from my eyes, with forgiveness in his voice. He said, "Son, do you know I still love you?" He caught me by surprise, and he brought me to my knees when God ran. I saw him run to me. I was so ashamed, all alone and so far away. But now I know he's been waiting for this day. I saw him run to me. He took me in his arms, held my head to his chest, said, "My son's come home again," lifted my face, wiped the tears from my eyes, with forgiveness in his voice. I felt his love for me again. He ran to me. He touched me in his arms, held my head to his chest, said, "My son's come home again," lifted my face, wiped the tears from my eyes, with forgiveness in his voice. He said, "Son," he called me son. He said, "Son, do you know I still love you?" He ran to me. I saw him run to me, and I ran to him. When God ran.
Danica. Good morning.
so much. Yeah, his life was so full. He had such an amazing family, and it's on both sides, right? Landon has done amazing things. She's done so many tributes and rides and videos and everything to memorialize his life. But, Albert has kind of been quieter. He didn't have social media and things like that to use as an outlet for everything that was going on. And so he did his stuff through his church. They helped him get things together. And I'm not going to lie, he has preached several services that I've seen so far and spoke about his resilience and about overcoming and things like that since all of this has happened. But he also did the services for Gannon. And I'm actively on their website right now trying to find the service because I thought that I had it pulled up, but it wasn't the right one. So that's what I'm actively going through right now to try to find it. But they have, this church puts out, they video every single service. And so imagine I have to go back to February 6th and 7th of 2021 is when he spoke during the thing. Yeah, heart goes out to his classmates too. Exactly. Yeah, you're against violence, but give me 5 minutes alone with her. You listen to a discussion with someone claiming to be the mom of Gannon's BFF. You're talking about Nan, and I know which video you're talking about, and I'm going to tell you something chaotic. During the custody dispute that was going on between Albert and Landon, they started off this case as a stronghold together. They were looking for Gannon together. They were with each other in every press conference, embracing each other, during every video, embracing each other. And then whenever it came out that Letecia did this, whenever it came out that it was for sure Letecia, there was a separation of the support there. As you can imagine, Landon had a lot of feelings and emotions and anger about the fact that Albert brought this monster into their lives. That he brought her into their lives and that she was who done this to their child. And I can totally understand the anger there, right? As would anybody be angry about that. It's a lot of emotions whenever you lose a child, but to add that on top of it, to add the fact that it was a person that you trusted. So then she filed for custody of Lena because she wanted to make sure that this didn't happen again. Albert was utilizing babysitters from inside of the church, we heard. He was seeing a new woman, right? He was dating. He's currently remarried already, and all of those things. And there was a lot of distrust there, and I totally understand where Landon was coming from. She wanted to make sure that Lena was back with her and that she was safe. I get it. As a mom, I get it. Unfortunately, they took this, well, not they. Albert's side didn't say much of anything on Facebook. They kept quiet. They have always stayed relatively quiet until accusations started to come out about Albert and different things. And Landon herself didn't say much, but she utilized people within social media, quote unquote friends, to put out information and accusations against Albert. She took this fight from the courtroom to social media. She had people basically saying different things that just were not true. Nan is one of them. Nan was on Wicked Truths at one point, and she put out a lot of things on there that just were not true. The prosecution actually went to the custody hearing to talk in in defense of Albert, you know, to prove their case. They had to go there and prove their case that Albert had nothing to do with Gannon's death. Nan was on there claiming that Albert fired the last shots and all of this stuff. None of that is true. Yeah, you're here to hang T in the streets and pray for Gannon. Exactly. It's not unusual for parents to divorce after the death of a child. And they were already divorced. So imagine adding that extra trauma on top of it, right? They already had the split. And yeah, it was disgusting. It was really gross. But my point is, none of that is relevant to what happened to Gannon. That was all part of the custody dispute and stuff like that. And you have to understand emotionally where both parents were at that time frame. As far as I know, they are still co-parenting very well together, right? They still have shared custody of Lena. Albert did still keep primary residency for Lena through all of this. It is strange for parents to live so far apart, Amy, but that's where Albert was stationed, and so that's kind of why they're there. He does have that military involvement and stuff.
Inside the garbage can.
Well, you can have it if you want. Mommy was just going to throw it away. You can keep it if you want to keep it. I think it's so pretty.
I want to build one.
Okay, go ahead.
But I need a melon.
Well, I think there is a black one up there. If you want to go look. Sorry about that. Yeah, I understand Landon's point of view too. I'd be petrified of losing my other kids. Exactly. It is. It's just another ripple of damage that T did. And so then T, finding out about some of this stuff during the divorce hearing and from YouTubers talking her and to her and things like that, came out, and she also threw allegations at Albert. She claimed, well, yeah, if you guys are going to say all of that, then here, I'm going to say this. And she added in like drugs and things that they were doing behind the scenes and different things like that. And it was all just disgusting. It was all just a disgusting ball of a fight through all of this, right? And it's just sad. It's sad that it took that turn. It didn't have to go there, but it did. And so there are people who will take those moments and they'll focus on that, and they'll continue to drive that nail and drive that wedge of just hatred and anger and bitterness into these cases. Chasing Truth says it all the time. We need someone to hate in the cases. I think T is enough. T is enough of a person, enough of a witch for us to hate. We don't need to throw his parents into this. We don't need to drive hatred and anger and everything else towards them, because they have already lost enough. They have already lost enough. Keep the hatred and the anger on her in this. Don't spread it to them. Don't. So, yeah, of course she did. Not surprised. Ridiculous. Exactly. Hi, Kathleen. How are you? Yes, it's about Gannon. Exactly. Check my messenger. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at what you sent me, Seal, and there should be a video one. I know that he doesn't talk during the whole thing, but he is on at some point, and he comes up about halfway through and he talks. It's basically the memorial for Gannon. You know, they all were there, and this is not working for some reason. I'm trying to play it. Hmm. I wonder. I know it was over that weekend though of February. That's the weekend for sure. Just trying to look for. It used to be like posted everywhere, and it's like gone. Hi, Dawn. It was the first time you were hearing those particular claims. You were really shocked. Yeah. Um, okay, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like people were writing letters and putting her money on her commissary and stuff like that just to get responses. And so they were also feeding her information about this public fight between, well, like I said, Landon herself didn't say much, but her friends. There were a lot of her quote unquote friends that were leaking information to YouTubers and basically trying to get their 15 minutes is what it came down to. And it's sad. You know, Gannon got lost in all of it. Gannon got lost in all of it. Criminality. Hi, dear. How are you, Teresa? So I was looking for the restoration service that Albert was on from February, I think it was February 6th and 7th, whenever he came up and he spoke about everything, basically. This one that you sent, CL will not play. I'm like sitting here trying to hit the play button, like, what is it doing? But yeah, so I don't know. The main thing is, yeah, the big church. Yes, criminality. No, he is. Mm, he's not buried anywhere. They had him cremated, and from what I know, the parents split his ashes so he could be in both places. That's so funny. We all hit it at the same time. Email like crazy. Thank you so much, Criminality. If you guys haven't been following her, please go and do so. She has an amazing channel, and she's also been covering this case and having great discussions about it. pulling it up right now. Let me see here. There is. Thank you so much. Am I losing my mind? Was there no sound to this video? Did they take my headphones? No, they did. They opened my headphones. So it's not that I'm losing my mind. It's that I think it's on thing here. I don't know what's happening to it. There is a memorial in South Carolina, at Landon's Church in South Carolina. Let me see. I mostly want to play Albert's part in this. It's one of the first times that he like really, really spoke about Gannon. So let me put on that. And we will attempt to make this volume work because I'm not sure why it didn't. Oh, thank you so much. Your new favorite to go for all Gannon related content. Thank you so much. Blue flowers. Yeah, that would be great to send blue flowers. Let me see if I can. I don't know why that didn't work.
Before I get started, I have to admit something that I cheated and I got a wingman. So, he's my self-proclaimed little brother comes in. Well, he says he's my little big brother, big whatever. You can see what he means. So, but I'm probably not going to make it through this. So he's gonna, when I lose it, he's gonna pick up for me. Just so you know, that's what's going on. So, thank you, Pastor Paul, for being my wingman, and also Jackie. I don't know where you're sitting. You helped me out before with that as well. So I'm not very good at these emotional speeches. So here we go. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged the punishment's the scroll. I am the master of the fate and the captain of my soul. This poem I just read is named Invictus. Some of you may have seen or heard it before, and translated from Latin means unconquerable. I start with that poem not to boast of my perseverance. I struggle daily with pushing onward and getting out of bed. But rather the poem states the fell clutch of circumstance that no man could have predicted nor possibly prevented. My purpose here today is twofold, and I start with that poem to convey to the world that I am the captain of my soul, a soul which I have given over to God long ago. I come before you today a broken man, celebrating the life of my precious, premature, and prepossessing son, whose story and legacy have captivated this community and parts of this country. Every parent wishes for their children to be successful, making their mark on this world in life or in death. Unfortunately, my sons came in the form of the latter. Nonetheless, as I discussed this tragedy over the past 6 months with my mother, my close friends, and Pastor Paul, as Lena calls him, I realized day in and day out that as I preached to him daily in regards to his little sister, as you heard from the stories from Chris and others, Gannon leaves a legacy of unity and togetherness. Just look around at everyone in this room. read the social media responses from around the country, and observe how unified the community was and is when his name is mentioned. It really did not truly hit me until I had to move out of my Lorson Ranch home, unwillingly. But one day, heading home to my new apartment, I stopped up at the intersection up here of Fontaine and Powers, looked back east through the sea of fog, and saw the sea of blue lights from the Lorson Ranch neighborhood permeating through the fog. As much as those lights and that scene was for my son, that was because of my son. Who was Gannon, you may ask? You've heard many stories today. Well, I knew him deeply, but honestly, I only knew him from a loving and satisfied father's perspective. Only after the memories started spilling in from his precious classmates and friend did I truly learn what influence my son had. And thank you, Caitlin, for sharing those memories from your class. Thank you. From the silly jokes to the willingness to always help his classmates with math or coding, he was an obvious joy to all who knew him. Although his life was short-lived as we know it, he lived, loved, and laughed to the fullest. I know his natural personality was a gift from God, but the nurture he received as he struggled for life in the NICU as a 1-pound and 6-ounce baby taught him from his first breath to love and keep fighting. I've never met a kid that loved every member of his family and friends completely, impartially, and unconditionally. My proudest moment as a dad came from none other than his interactions with his little sister, Lena. Way back in 2016, while playing Mario in our sweet garage man cave, as he called it, back where we lived at the time, he became frustrated with not being able to beat certain levels or accomplish whatever goal he had on that level. He, as many young gamers and even adult gamers sometimes, wanted to throw the controller, get mad, quit playing, leave, walk away. But I remember vividly scolding him, demanding him to sit back down and keep trying until we beat that level. Keep going, we're not gonna quit. Telling him that you don't quit after failing, you gotta figure out a way to beat it. And as most things we get on our kids for, I never realized the impact that would have on him until this past fall. Standing on the main floor of my home in Lorson Ranch, I heard downstairs in the basement, I heard Lena getting frustrated at the game they were playing and beginning to take that frustration out on Gannon. As many of you may have heard, one of her most vivid memories, things she misses the most about Gannon, she says, is being mean and fussing with him. So that makes perfect sense. I started to walk down the stairs and help guide them to a peaceful solution when I heard something that stopped me abruptly in my steps and brought a tear to my eye. Gannon, although maybe a little too assertively, said to Lena, "You're not gonna quit. We're gonna try again and again until we beat this level." And that was probably the proudest moment of my fatherhood. It later replied with a simple, "Okay, Bubba." So why do I captain my own soul, as I said, with God's direction? Because when we fail or get off course, we have to get back up. We have to get out of bed and wipe away our tears and figure out a way to beat this enemy. This leads me to the second part of my twofold purpose, my sweet baby girl, Lena. Most in this room do not know that as an 8-year-old, I experienced a significant life-altering tragedy in my life as well. Left wondering for 30 years about the who, what, where, the 5 W's and the why, I could only conclude I was being groomed for a tragedy that would strike my 8-year-old daughter. So, to my 8-year-old precious Lena, I say, baby, it's okay to cry. It's okay to laugh or be sad or be happy. It's okay to feel any way you want to feel. You do not know what truly happened or even why, but that's okay too. We will one day, and Daddy will be there every step of the way. For once we found out Bubba was gone, and when everybody went home at night, the police and the authorities were still looking and investigating for Bubba, and all her family had got home too. Who was right there snuggling and crying with you? It was me and you, baby. It was your daddy. When you have questions or when you get scared, run to your daddy and I will be there for you. Write down in your journal every feeling, thought, or question you have for anybody, because one day you'll get your chance. And to my precious 18-year-old Lena, baby, by now, You will want to go ask people questions for yourself, as your daddy did when he was 17 or 18. Go and do it. Whatever you want to do, ask the questions and make sure you bring all of your questions that you've written down and ask them all. But baby, know that you may never get any answers at this point, and the answers you may get may be too painful or not even true. That's not okay, but we will get through this together. Know that the same questions you will have, I have today as I write you this note. I want those same answers, as hard as they may be. But I've learned over the past 30 years that some answers are just not worth getting. And if the people you go to for the truth do not give it, then that, as you will come to learn, is all the truth you need. Remember always that none of this is your fault, and as an 8-year-old, you loved your Bubba in the best way a sissy could. To my beautiful 28-year-old Lena, by now you have come to realize that some of those you loved and trusted were never worthy of your sweet, pure love to begin with. This is a hard truth that your daddy learned when he was about 26 when Bubba was born. It would be a hard thing to understand and fully accept, but you will understand soon and accept it for what it was way back in 2020. By now, although daddy already doesn't approve, you will probably have a family and babies of your own. Nonetheless, hold them, love them, show them pictures, and tell them of sweet stories of your Bubba. Tell them about your own words, how wonderful they are. Each and every day, and how it's the people in our lives that matter. And the things will come and go and can be replaced, and the things really don't matter. It's the people in our lives that matter. As I told you and Bubba every day, tell them, love each other and take care of one another. Chris, thank you for that story. I'd never heard that story, but every day I told him, I fussed at him every day. Do not leave. We live 3 houses down from the bus stop. If he got home before his sister, he was in trouble. That's how much I told him every day, stay with your little sister. And Lena raised them with love and togetherness. Lastly, to my all too grown up 38-year-old Lena, at this point in your life, you will probably have to accept that, as I have, as a 38-year-old son does too, that the complete truth will probably never be told. You soon will learn, although I pray through far less tragic circumstances, why you endured these past 30 years. Your pain and heartache will save a life or lead another soul to our Savior. Your kids will love you because for their entire lives, you raised them with love and care as you showed for your friends and even your baby sister here in 2020. They will, as it says in Proverbs 31, rise up and call you blessed. You will see that there is no greater pleasure in life that what the verse says you will get, but you have to read and live by the whole chapter to get that, Lena, the whole chapter. So over the past 30 years, I pray that you have become a strong, amazing woman, turning your pain into peace for others, taking your loss and creating gain for others, but never lose your own soul. Say to all with the Lord's guidance, I am the captain of my own soul. In closing, let me not underscore the pain I feel each and every day, when sometimes just throwing my left leg out of the bed is the only way that I can win that day. Sometimes I've woken up in the middle of the day on the floor after crying out to God for my baby boy. Or for just a moment of relief from all the other pains that have surfaced after this unhearable tragedy. Despite all the pain, God has provided each and every time the right amount of peace and relief every time I cry out to him. Each and every person here in this room today is here because you have had a part. You have had a part in that, and I thank you each and every one with all my being. None of this takes away my true heart that I wish my little angel was not in heaven, but here with us on this earth. Thank you.
Would you direct your attention to the 2 screens?
It happened so fast, everything was a blur. Everyone came by and said how sorry they were. I knew that they meant well, so I tried to force a smile. And they said I should be thankful that I had them for a while. But now all my friends and my family've gone home. I'm just left here sitting with my memories all alone. I've always heard that God
I think the music makes it that much more emotional. I know you're bawling. It's okay. Yes, if you guys need a break, court won't be back for another 54 minutes. Take a break, get yourselves lunch, take a drink, take a walk. If it's warm enough outside to walk, I know this is so emotional for so many of us because he is such a sweet, sweet boy. But I know that during the trial, we're not going to have a chance to take a moment to remember who this whole court case is about, to remember that this all goes back to Gannon, justice for Gannon and justice for his family to get from this monster who did this to them, who took away this precious life. You had a granddaughter that was born that size. She is a triplet. Yeah, Kate, absolutely. Thank you guys for being here. We watched this video earlier. If you guys want to hear it with the music, I think the songs make it harder. And I don't want to trigger anyone and just like my intention isn't to make you guys sit here in tears. It really isn't. He was always smiling and he would want us to smile too, knowing that his day is finally here. Justice for him is finally coming. We have all waited so long for these moments. And I know he's looking down and he would just want it. He would just want the justice. I don't know, Bieber. I really don't. I really don't.
Thank you, all four of you. Funerals, memorial services such as this one, they're a pain. And I don't mean that in the sense that they're inconvenient. I mean they're a literal pain. The soul hurts, the bones ache. That's what we're experiencing right now. Funerals are pain. They mark the passing of a loved one and the day that we publicly grieve. Few things are more painful than the grieving process. Funerals are a pain. They force us to take broken and imperfect steps into a new normal, which is not normal at all. It'd be better to say abnormal. Since Gannon's disappearance in late January, much of life has been abnormal. I'd like to talk to you for just a few moments about a painful and abnormal day found in the book of John, chapter 11. We read of three siblings, tightly knit.
So I'll go ahead and stop it right there because I don't want to play the whole thing. We missed the whole first half, but I wanted to hear that part that he says about, the grieving and the funerals and things like that, because that is important. If you guys look up Albert Stauch and the Restoration Church, he actually preaches there right now. And periodically, like, we were looking for this video and I'm like, oh my gosh, where is this? Like, I was looking for going down through, and he comes on and he talks to them a lot about dealing with his grief and surviving and getting through everything, and the strength that he finds in the Lord and things like that. And so if you're ever interested, peek into some of those videos, because it's pretty good to see that he is doing so well, that he is overcoming his grief so well. And I want to tell you too, like, I was looking at Landon's stuff as well, and she is the same way. They are just doing so great keeping going for their other children, and just being strong and being beacons of light and justice and hope for justice and things like that for the other kids that are involved in this situation. The last thing that you want to see is a parent lose a child and then stop living, because there are other children that are involved. And so she's just been doing great. So they went 110 by the end of today. We only need, I want to say 5. We either need 5 or 3 at the end of today. And we'll probably end up with somewhere around 20, which means that there will probably be around 120. I wish that the reporters who were covering this would have stayed, but according to Crime Curious, the one got terminated and the other one hasn't been back in court since. So I'm not sure what happened, but they haven't been tweeting from the courts. And I don't know why, but with the mic situation, it's extremely frustrating that there's not somebody that's sitting in there that's just like, hey guys, 30 people just got up and walked out or whatever. This morning, he read off half of the numbers and then he says, you know what? I'll come back there and read the rest. And he got up and he walked away from the microphone, and that was it. We couldn't hear anything. So I have no idea. I have no idea how many are left today. Big question mark. As far as even the statements today, the prosecution held the microphone. We never heard a statement from the defense. So I don't know if they opted not to give a statement. I don't know if it was just that short that they didn't, like, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but there was no defense statement, or at least I didn't hear a defense statement. So that was kind of odd, because normally they've done, like, the judge has to be like telling them to stop, right? Yeah, Kate, grieving for Gannon is a given for me, so doing so alongside others is much easier. Exactly, even in my silent presence. Let me see. I feel like there are other videos that I could show you guys. What I've been trying to do, for those of you who might be newer to the channel or whatever, is going through everything from the beginning. So if you go to the Gannon Stauch videos each day, I'm showing different things that happened, so that way everybody in the audience that is newer to the case and things like that, if you hadn't seen it, you will by the time court gets here next week. So that was my goal, and I think honestly we are through most of the things right now. I'm not sure if there's really much else. Maybe let me look for, I think there's a couple of videos from the Thunder rides. So let me look for that. Yeah, I know. I hope that we hear everything. I know. I demand they increase the quality of for the public. Not just the public though, but so the families flying in who aren't living there, some of the family is flying in, but there are going to be people that aren't able to fly in even. Yeah, for another 45 minutes, Amy. Let me just double check real quick, court, and see if they've turned back on, but I doubt it, to be completely honest. No, they still haven't even turned it back on yet. So. I'm curious if there has been any reports this week updated. Like, I know they did some stuff. Oh, here we go. This one is law and crime. So let's see what law and crime said yesterday. Oh, why? This is weird. Okay, let me show you guys this. This is really weird. Look at this. Is she working for law and crime now? Is It's a Crime working for law and crime? If so, that's absolutely amazing for her. Like, good for her. But, like, that's definitely It's a Crime. And look, law and crime, 4.55 million subscribers. This is their video. And look, they're pinning her channel. Did they just purchase this video off of her, maybe? That's awesome for her. Go her. Oh, thank you, Kate. That's crazy. I was like expecting, I don't know. Is it gonna, let me see here. Now everything's like older. KKTV even is older. Yeah, Cups of Love, right? Yay for her. Linda does amazing. Yeah, if she does, yeah, absolutely drop Linda's link, Louisiana girl. If she really got up there with law and crime, like that's great. And she's so factual and she does such an amazing job that's awesome for her. Nothing but love and happiness for somebody succeeding like that. That's awesome.
1 year since 11-year-old Gannon Stauch disappeared. His stepmom, Letecia Stauch, accused of his murder. Behind all the questions about the case is a boy whose life was cut short and a family who's had to find a way to keep going. Our Colette Bordelon live in Lorson Ranch tonight in the southeast part of the county after speaking with Gannon's father. Colette.
Yeah, this neighborhood lit up blue in the days and weeks following today in 2020. Now, they're doing that again tonight. They're bringing back the light in honor of Gannon as his dad reflects with me on what this past year has been like without his son by his side.
I know he's gone in this life, but where he's at, he's in a better place than we could ever imagine.
In this neighborhood, there aren't many mysteries.
We basically were following it from day one.
Shock that a child was missing, which is why Lorson Ranch will never forget. January 27th, 2020.
We all had a feeling, but we hoped it wasn't true.
Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old son and brother,
We're begging and pleading for you to come home.
disappeared from his home.
We wanted to do everything we could to try to help.
A normally quiet neighborhood changed.
Crawling under garage doors of vacant units, looking under the bridges, under the culverts. It was snowing. It was cold that night.
Blue lights meant to guide Gannon home, seen on every corner, while his family held on to something more.
I have hope. So please have hope with me.
Weeks passed before learning Gannon wasn't coming home.
Today I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him.
The answer no one wanted to hear.
It's hard to imagine a day. So
For Gannon's dad, Al Stauch, March 2nd was the day the light of hope dimmed when an arrest was made in his son's murder.
Your little boy, my only boy, was gone.
And while words can't sum up his son,
love is one. I mean, he just was full of love.
there are words he wishes he could say to Gannon one more time.
It would be the same thing that I told him every day. I love you. Don't get off the bus without your sister. That's what I would say to him. The same thing, because that's what I miss.
Something no parent should have to live through.
It would have been so easy to lay down and just let this overtake us, but we're still here and still going.
With his memories frozen in frames.
As we look around, we got pictures on the wall and stuff, and sometimes it's hard to see those.
And as time ticks on, he finds strength in his daughter, Gannon's sister, Lena.
My whole world has been about her and making sure she's able to make it through this.
I love you.
Me too.
Love, a force that lasts long after tragedy.
I don't really want to focus on what we've been through, but just our gratitude and appreciation. I can't express enough the thanks for what the good people in the community have done throughout this past year.
Honoring Gannon by holding our loved ones tight.
At a year later, these blue lights for all of us, I think, are a way to remember him, to let him and his family know he's not forgotten.
Because love brings light, even in the darkest of places. Neighbors here in Lorson Ranch hope those blue lights spread beyond just this neighborhood. If you have any pictures of blue decorations or lights up at your home tonight, they want to see a picture of that on Facebook. All the information on where to post it can be found on KOAA.com. Always watching out for you, Southern Colorado. Colette Bordelon, News 5.
Colette, thank you. And the suspect, Letecia Stauch, was recently and for the second time deemed competent to stand trial. She's due back in court in March.
So I wanted to tell you guys too, I had to order new blue light bulbs. We had them up whenever he first went missing, and we did it for their 1-year anniversary. But I had to order more. They do have them on Amazon. They're only I think $8. So I'm going to have blue light bulbs up in my office here and out on my front porch for Gannon through the duration of the trial from April 3rd until it's over. And I'll come on at some point and show them to you guys so that you can see the blue lights. I think though, that's how the community memorializes him too. And it's just amazing. Let me get this video. Now this one is 2 years after. And I know I'm playing a lot of videos today, you guys. The kids are having a ball today. And so I'm, instead of staying muted and being awkward and stuff like that, I'm just trying to fill in some of the holes that we have missed already throughout this with the videos that we have. So
music. Since Gannon Stauch was first reported missing by his stepmom, Letecia. She's now accused of killing the 11-year-old Colorado Springs boy in his bedroom and then driving his body to Florida. The case is headed to trial at the end of March. Denver 7's Colette Bordelon has been following this case since the beginning and brings us up to speed this morning.
We were all talking about it the other day and talking about how we remembered everything.
Sitting under the southern Colorado mountains is a neighborhood it feels like time can't touch.
The biggest thing I remember is how the night that he disappeared, there were neighbors out in the cold, in the snow, looking for him.
Lorson Ranch was drowned in blue lights, the favorite color of one young boy.
you kind of go back to these things and what happened, and it's hard. Yeah. So sorry.
Kelly McGregor lives there, a place where Gannon Stauch left a mark on so many.
Most of all, we just want them to know that he's not forgotten.
Forgotten in the wake of what's happening in the courtroom. This video from March of 2020 shows what have become rare court appearances from Letecia, Gannon's stepmom, who now must tell the judge a week before she plans to waive her right to be present for proceedings. She made the choice to skip her preliminary hearing, where Gannon's autopsy results were revealed, showing a gunshot wound, skull fracture, and 18 sharp force injuries.
That's what happened to us, not what defines us. And I think it's important to remember that Gannon is not what happened to him.
Prosecutors say Letecia drove his body to Florida, where it was found under a bridge and inside of a suitcase. But that's not what McGregor chooses to remember.
He really became something bigger than himself.
Instead, the shadow of a statue, showing what she considers a sort of superhero.
We would like to have it sent to his mom.
A symbol of what's changed here and what hasn't.
We think of him all the time. And even though like each year we might do less on this day, he's still going to be remembered.
Colette Bordelon, Denver 7.
Letecia Stauch.
That was not Landon. That was one of the Rogals. Either she said uh-oh or it was a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Right. Let's see. Yeah, Larson Ranch. They pray for Gannon. It was so beautiful. This picture. They had that up for such a long time.
Mommy, I can't get this open.
Here.
Because it has dirty stuff on it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to find do we know when actual testimony will start? Yes. So April 3, they are going to be coming in. They'll pick the jurors at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. And then they will likely take a lunch break. And once they come back from lunch, they will start their opening statements. They'll do the opening statements an hour each time. And then they will start the presentation of evidence the second day, April 4th. Hi, Nana Barb. Hi, Duck and Felonies. Yours is 32 years old now. Right. What happened to Gannon is not who he is, much like victims triumph, become survivors. Exactly. So much to him, to his life. This one says it's Landon. Let's see if it's the same video again, because that other one said it was his mom, but then whenever she came on, it was not his mom. So let's see this one. So this one says it's his mom on the 2-year anniversary. MacDonald Hardwoods has this nice little ad if anybody is needing their floors redone.
Springs today because today there's a hearing for Letecia Stauch at 1:30, Gannon Stauch's stepmother, who is accused and being charged in his murder. Now, this murder Police believe it happened 2 years ago today. Today is the 2-year anniversary of Gannon's disappearance as well. That was the day that he was reported missing by his stepmother, Letecia, and the whole world really came together to try and find him. Now, we have covered every step of this case today. They're going over mental health evaluation for Letecia, and we're going to find out if that will impact the trial date set by the judge previously. Now, she's already had 2 other mental health evaluations. This one is supposed to be related to just after the death of Gannon. I will live tweet inside, since we're not allowed to have cameras, and let you know exactly everything that happens. But this morning, on this painful 2-year anniversary, I did have the opportunity to speak with Gannon's biological mom and little sister about this painful day, about the justice process, and about the gratitude they have for the support of our community and the Gannon's army across the world that has really supported them through this unbelievably unthinkable time. Now, here's some of the clips from that.
It doesn't feel like 2 years for sure.
I love you, Bubba.
We love Bubba. Nova woke up this morning just singing it and just pray for us. And I'm just hoping today we have some good news and that we can focus on Gannon. And I just want to say thank you to everybody around the world. And it means so much. Really, truly does. And I thank you because you've been there since day one, and your heart and your connection to this case. And I have faith that justice is going to come. I have to have that faith. And I'm hoping and I'm praying for a swift justice. But I'm also prepared for it to take longer. But I know that we're going to win. Like, I have that faith. I just want to let everybody know how thankful I am. I scrolled on Facebook today and it was just overwhelming amount of support. And when I woke up, I had so many text messages, and one from little Tristan who wrote the Gannon song. And it was just so heartwarming, the amount of people and love and support to this day. It's like Gannon's army is just expanding, and I find peace in that. It's like he's a face of love. And one thing that I've learned out of this is that love can go so much further. And I've learned that through him, and I've learned it through others with the loss of him. And that's how I get through, to be honest with you, is the support and love and others' hearts, and how they just show Gannon's love and their gratitude, and that they're here with us, with a family. And it means a lot.
Okay, I got one more from Landon, and then we should be back in court. So let's see. This one is.
Surveillance video in the driveway of his home in the Lorson Ranch area, just east of Security Widefield, on this day 1 year ago. Now, 2 months after Gannon's disappearance and a nationwide search, Gannon Stauch's body was found in Florida. His stepmother, Letecia Stauch, was arrested in South Carolina months later for his murder and is currently awaiting trial. Now, today, on the 1 year anniversary of Gannon Stauch's disappearance, 11 News reporter Ashley Franco spoke at length with Gannon Stauch's mother, Landon Hyatt, in an interview with 11 News.
So it's been 1 year since your little boy went missing. How are you feeling right now?
It's miserable. Because I long for him, like hear his voice, just to see him. A year's a long time, and just to know that it'll keep adding up year by year, day by day, second by second. I'm missing. Like I can't put a magnitude or a level because it's unknown. Like I can't measure it at all.
So I miss him. Like, I can't believe it's been a year. When you think back to this whole last year, what goes through your mind? It's a big puzzle. Like, I'm lost, don't know what to think, have a lot of whys. Still feels like a dream. I live day by day. It seems like the same thing, the same questions, the same unanswered questions, the things that don't make sense, the why he's not here. Like, how can you look at Gannon or any child, but how can you do that? Like, that's like, I can't comprehend it. And that's just all that I've been doing this whole year. It's just putting it in my mind over and over. And you can't just get rid of it. Like, it's not one of those things that you can just take away and it just doesn't exist anymore. And it comes in spells, like, or waves. Some days are okay and some days are awful. And that's how I guess my year is. What gets you through those hard days? My children and Gannon's legacy. The people that have grown, I say Gannon's army, across the nation, state to state. I've had people from Switzerland, Ireland, Canada, Hawaii. That's what gets me through it. It's just the love that I knew that Gannon was, that people that have never met him, that can look at a picture or hear a story, can also see that level of love. And then that just gets me through the day, knowing that Gannon would want me happy. I also have faith, and it keeps me going because I know that there's a purpose. There is a purpose, and that purpose after trial may lead into, trying to make new laws or try to come up with something with child abuse or something to keep his legacy alive or change one person's life. It will be worth it all. Obviously, this is a big month. And beyond this very, breathtaking anniversary that's tomorrow, February is also Child Abuse Awareness Month. It's, it means a lot. What goes through your mind when you think of a month that not only has one significant meaning, but has drawn this other significant meaning now too? I just think it's made it's magnified. It's huge now. Like that, a focus on child abuse, and it's so crazy. Gannon's favorite color was blue, and that's a color for child abuse awareness. And when you have your bracelets, it says Gannon, but you can also say it's blue because of this, and just making more people known that things do happen, and that we need to have the awareness to know the signs and the symptoms, the behaviorisms, so we don't have a repeated cycle that things could happen. And I think, again, with Gannon, that, I don't know, I don't try to be biased, but it's such a sweet, handsome little face. And if, obviously he's not going to be back, but if I could have him sitting here and just see, and like I know he is, like he knows everything, and I believe he's in heaven, obviously, I'm a believer. And he would want this. Like, he would want happiness. He would want lives changed. He would want people to smile, to have that contagious smile, to light up the room, to just, if something bad is happening or you're having a bad day, just to remember the good things, to remember the blessings. And he really captivated on that. That's really who Gannon was. And he would just take those little things and, just say you're beautiful, or I like how you're doing your hair, Lena. Nana, I like how you move the chair. Like, he would always compliment, and like, that's my boy. Is that something that you kind of just carry with you every single day? I mean, I know that I'm sure you talk to him every single day, but just those little things, the laughs or the smiles or the compliments, is that something that you just carry with you every single day?
Oh, every day, every day. Like I can still see his smile, his little head tilted to the side, and his little hair done the right way. Like I still feel it. I still can, see it. Like I will never forget that ever. And like I can hear his little jokes. A lot of them were so corny, but then I can hear his little laugh after, get it, mommy, get it. And it just like, those are the things that keeps me going too, is those moments. And there were so many of those moments in Gannon. Like he knew that he was a miracle baby and he wanted to tell his story, and he just knew that he was special. And he was and is very, very special.
Talk to me a little bit about what the community has meant to you this past year, and just seeing the outreach from people across the country, across the nation, that have just followed Gannon's story and really took it to heart.
It would, I guess, a good way to say it is like it gives me air. Like it to that level, it gives me that push to like keep going. It's almost like a true army. Like that's how I see it. And I'm so thankful. And like I would have never ever imagined anything like this happening. Obviously with Gannon, and then with so many people, and still blue lights. So many blue lights. It's just not one or two. It's like it was yesterday, or like this is like the day we're about to repeat, even though it's a horrible time. So many people are coming together, and it's beautiful. And we drive by here or my hometown, and I'll see blue lights, random little blue lights, and it's just like, wow. And I'm over thankful. Like I just want to show my appreciation, and it's a true blessing. And I'm very over appreciative, I guess I would say. Like I don't even know the right words to say of how thankful I am. And it gives me those times that I'm down outside of thinking about Gannon, I think about that, and it just gives me a smile. And I'm like, wow. And I'm thankful.
How do you want our community and our world to remember Gannon?
Love. Just remember that. I'm sure you can see it now, a picture of him and a little smile, like how his brown eyes would just light up, and just thrive off of loving one another. And I'll go back to focusing on the little things and just remember that he's such a great kid, and being a big brother, like he was a big brother to so many people, and just captivating yourself with family, like being together. And I've seen that through this, especially with the blue lights and the community and the different events, that I've seen a togetherness that I have not seen in a long time. And it's heartwarming. And with Gannon, like I just want them to remember that smile and help me have my daughters, and when Nova being 2, to remember him. And that is what's happening with so many people in the community, that they're helping so many people remember him. And I'm, again, very thankful for that.
How do you help your daughters remember him?
Oh, goodness. We sing songs that Gannon would sing. I have a tattoo on my arm, and Nova, she will grab it. She'll say, "I love you, Bubba." And then we'll play all the same games. And he loved Funnel Vision, FGTV. And so we'd play all those, and we'd dance to them. Oh, sorry, my mom was calling me. Sorry. We dance to them. Can you see me? We dance and we play, and then we have family events often. It used to be just during holidays, but now we try to do it every month. And we would just do Fortnite, go outside and play. And it's just, we really captivate on those moments. And I feel like that'll go on forever.
I think that our community obviously has come together. They've shown so much love during this. no one imagines this happening. No one understands what it's like to go through this. What are you hoping, this helps the community? What are you hoping Gannon's legacy is? I know that, we talk of him being a miracle baby because he truly was. He was so tiny. Yeah. And obviously taken from our world way too soon. But if there's anything that comes from this, that Gannon has left with us, what would that be?
That even in evil circumstances, that good still exists. And that's what I hold on to. That's I guess my biggest motto is that, and that's one thing that I hold on is that, yes, the world's evil, but good still exists. That there are still so many good things. And I just want him to be remembered as that child who loved no matter what, unconditionally. Didn't care who you are, where you came from, he loves you. And he's seen past everything. He's seen no differences. And so we can all learn from that. I've learned from my child. And just learn and come together. Be one, if that makes sense. I don't know if I feel like it makes sense just to be together and focus again on the little things.
I think that's such a great message, especially during a time when it's kind of hard for everyone to be together. Obviously craziness has happened the past year with everything. Do you think it was almost fate that Gannon brought everyone together?
I often think of that. And I always knew Gannon had something special. I thought he'd be this huge singer because he's so talented in music or coding, or he had a special calling. And I always felt like something with Gannon, and it's different. And I miss my boy. It's one of those things, is like gas needs a car, or a car needs gas, and it's like I need him. And with the lights and the people that write notes and that continuously message, it helps so much. And I don't want anybody to go through this at all. And I feel like that's a mission that I'm gonna have to take on at some point when trial and stuff's over, is to get things done, carry his legacy. If it's, like I said, creating laws, if it's making foundations to prevent things from happening, that's my mission. And I feel like that's what Gannon would want. And I'm going to do it 110%. And in the time of COVID and going back to fate, to have, he's such a good kid, to have that good spirit and the things that I felt like Gannon brought to me, that now he's bringing to so many other people during a time that you're kind of in isolation. And I feel like it was fate. And I would still want him back, no matter what. But again, you can find something good in a bad situation. And that's one of the things that I find very good out of this, is so many, it's thousands of people. And I don't have the words. I'm shocked. I'm not shocked. I guess I am shocked. The whole thing's shocking, but I'm again very, very thankful. I don't know what I would do if it was not for the community, the support, and my children.
Did Gannon ever talk about what he wanted to be when he grew up?
Oh yeah, he wanted to do games. He wanted to be a coder. Yeah. He wanted to hack different levels of the games, and he studied it, and he was this math genius, and he just, I don't know, he if you walked in the room with Gannon, you would say, who's that kid? And it's just, he had that energy. And I would say, I know that he was going places with that. And And that was one thing that we're going to try to work on too, is a scholarship at the end of this, some type of grant for kids that are going to go into coding, because that's something that Gannon was really passionate about. And that's something that can keep his legacy alive as well. So, but yeah, smart kid.
One more question for you, just because I know that you have a long night ahead of you. If there's just, one thing that you hope people remember tomorrow, whether it's, Gannon or his legacy, just what do you hope that they remember? This has been a really tough time. This has been a horrifying story. What do you just hope they remember tomorrow?
Girl, I know that they're going to remember a time when everybody came together to look for a little boy. And it was hard work. And I've seen it in action. And I feel like just like it's an imprint on me, it's an imprint on that community. And I feel like there's going to be some sorrow. And there's going to be moments where people are going to hold their children tighter. And so I feel like that's what it reflects. And also, the army is like a huge armor. Like, I feel like they've built this huge army that are ready for tomorrow to like just, be there as a positive support. Like, so many people. And like, I don't want to, like, obviously I want tomorrow to come, but what it represents, like, I don't want to keep going through that whole cycle, but it's just like they're ready. They're ready. And that means a lot. So, and a lot of people, and I'm snotting everywhere. A lot of people are invested. And so I can imagine some thoughts that they're going through as well, and some sorrow.
Is there anything else I missed that you want to add, Preston?
Just, I'm thankful. Like I said, I'm lost for words, and I'm thankful for Colorado and the people around the world. And thank you for keeping my boy alive and his legacy. And remember to love and remember the little things.
That's what you do. You remember the love, right? You remember all the little moments that they had. You remember how amazingly happy he was, and the fact that he always had to make people laugh and joke and have fun and things like that. And so even whenever we're making little wisecracks about the omelets and Eduardo and stuff like that, trying to lighten the situation and stuff, I really truly believe that that's the way Gannon would have wanted it. He would not want us sitting here watching this trial and just grieving and crying and being horrified by it all. I really don't think he would. Justice is coming, but he doesn't want us to be broken through it, I don't think. Yeah, this picture on the far left with him sticking out his tongue. I put that one on there because it's number one of my favorite photos of him. But it's also, it emulates his personality. He wanted to be fun. He wanted to laugh and be silly. Every little boy you see about Gannon's age has now turned into Gannon for me. I say a silent prayer over them. Yeah. I don't envy the role of the interviewer either. Not even a little bit. So we got about 6 minutes until they are due back. Yes, Gannon Strong, exactly. Gannon Strong. They had the whole Gannon's army and all of that. And it's all still going strong. 3 years later, they are all still here. Yes, be a gamer. Be a gamer for Gannon. That's why I like to play video games. No, that's not true. I actually liked video games for a long time, but yeah, I don't know. He just is. You can sometimes smell stinky little boy. His photos are so vivid. Yeah. That's funny. That's so funny. I know that today was kind of like an emotional lunch break and stuff like that, but I appreciate those of you who were able to hang on. Those of you who had to leave, I get that too. I do. It's a lot. It's a lot to think about and to process and stuff. And for those of you who lost children of your own, I can understand how this would drag up emotions and, seeing all that. And so it's okay to walk away. It's okay to take breathers. It's okay to take a deep breath and just be. Yeah, he wanted to be a gamer. He was fun, full of fun and life. You love 2 video games, yeah. Even Sonic. Yes. Even Sonic. He had so much more light to offer the world than she will ever. And it's harsh, but that's how you feel. Mhm. I don't honestly believe that there's a good vibe at all. There's nothing inside of T. There's not 1 ounce of goodness inside of her. And I wish that wasn't the case, but I find it very, very hard to be empathetic towards her position at all, or to we were talking about this the other day. Let me just say this real quick. Lokamai and I were doing a stream the other day, and one of the things that came up was whenever people are in jail, they've been letting people go as they get old age and things like that because it's just really hard to care for them in the jails because they don't have the staffing, they don't have the doctors, they don't have the medication, like they can't handle older people. And so people who were intended to be in prison for the rest of their lives are being let out or their sentences are being reduced and things like that. And whenever it comes down to it, it's because of their quality of life and the amount of care and things that they need, to make their quality of life better so they get released and sent to nursing homes or wherever they go. And I struggle with that because whenever you think of people like Letecia Stauch, inside of me, I struggle with thinking that she deserves any quality of life. I struggle with the thought of these monsters that do this to children or do horrible things. I struggle with the thought that they should deserve any type of medical care or doctors or nutrition, or I struggle with that. Because inside of my heart, I'm like, they don't deserve trash. They don't deserve nothing. They don't deserve to see a doctor. They don't deserve to get any type of medical care or help or like, no, forget that. The thought of T getting repeated medical care and medication, why? Ew, like, how does she deserve that after everything that she did? And that's a hard thought for me because as a Christian, I'm supposed to forgive and move on, and like they all should have the chance to live and all of those things. And even in our constitution, they have the right to live and stuff. And that's where Lokamai and I were a little bit different because Lokamai was pointing out, that's our basic human rights. And yeah, I struggle. I struggle with that, but it's because she has such a loving heart and a beautiful soul scout. That even the worst of the worst of the worst, even the worst of the worst of the worst in Lokamai's eyes, deserve a chance and deserve to have basic human rights. And I'm just like, ugh. You think about tea and stuff, and it's just no. No. Whenever she complained about not getting toilet paper, I was like, good. Good. Take her toilet paper, take her fork, don't let her eat, take all human contact away from her, take all of it. Take all of it. You worked in a state-ran nursing home on the state retired prisoner wing. They don't have quality of life at all, I promise. And I mean, and I'm not saying like I think that somebody who's in jail for like drugs or like pot, for example. I'm not saying that somebody who's in jail for pot. I'm talking about in my brain. It struggles for me to know that T, someone who did horrendous, horrific crimes like T, or like Kamari Holland, the man who desecrated her body after she was deceased and brutally filmed himself doing things to her, does not deserve basic human rights, in my opinion. Ariel Sellers, her family that adopted her just so that they could abuse and murder her. They adopted her, and 6 weeks later started abusing her, keeping her in a dog crate, not feeding her, duct taping her mouth shut at night. Those type of people do not deserve a quality of life. And so I struggle. I struggle with this. I do. Let me double check court. Did I turn this down too far? They are late. They are 1 minute late. But yeah, they don't deserve no air. I agree. You forfeit your human rights whenever you take someone else's. And I'm not talking about, an accidental car accident where you literally like didn't mean for somebody to die. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who set out to do this, who planned it, who took someone's life. You feel this way too. Evil deserves nothing, right? It's a struggle for me. It's a very, very big struggle for me. Very big struggle for me. I wish that she had to have his face plastered on every inch of her cell. Every inch of her cell. I wish she had to look at him every single day. And that she wasn't allowed to look at anything else. I wish that any type of entertainment that she got, I wish it was videos of Gannon. Go to Landon's Facebook page. You can find so many videos of Gannon. I wish I had to play on repeat. Everything surrounding her should be this child. Not so that she can relive what she did, but so that she can sit there and realize what she took from this world. I heard him clear his throat. He's here somewhere. Yeah. No, I see your guys' points too. She won't ever care. She will never care or have a conscience about any of this. She will age very fast in prison. She won't do well there. Yeah, you hear the throat clearing? He's gonna come on blasting, I guarantee it. We're like, all right, we're back in session. You know what? I just realized they're probably late because he forgot to mention the 3rd grade seating chart. That's what it came down to.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 1358 for People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Sorry for the confusion when you came back in. I forgot one of my most important admonitions, and that is that we follow the 3rd grade seating chart here. So you got to remember where you're sitting when we take a break, because when you come back, you got to be in the same seats. Otherwise, it causes all kinds of consternation and confusion for everyone. So Sorry for that, but you guys did an excellent job adopting on the fly, so I appreciate that. I've been looking at some of the questionnaires, and I wanted to follow up briefly with a few of the jurors. Juror 11, you said that you were unavailable on Friday, April 28th. What's going on there?
That's a one-day work event if I were to be selected.
Okay. How sure are you about the probably? I mean, I can get you a letter saying that you need to be here, but if you have to be at that work event, it's a problem for you being here. Okay. So long as I get you a letter so that the boss knows you're not on a beach in Cabo somewhere, everything's okay. Okay. Juror 24, you said that maybe is it 24? It is 24. Juror 24, do you provide care for your grandchildren? Okay, tell me a little bit about that. Oh, okay, and what's going to happen if you can't do that? I see. So you would, so if you could switch it, you would do it on Thursdays and you'd be able to be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday? Okay. Okay. Juror 46 over here. You said that you were unavailable on May 9th from 9 to 11 a.m. What's going on there? Okay. Would you be able to reschedule that? Okay. And then juror 69 over here, you said that you had surgery on May 23. Is that? Okay. That was going to be my next question. Is it inpatient, outpatient? Are you going to have to stay in the hospital for any period of time? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. And then juror 72, you had mentioned, you had put on your questionnaire that you're unavailable on April 4, something about an anniversary or something like that? Okay. You will be able to go home that night. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So that's going to work out okay? Okay. All right. Just making sure. And juror 73, you had said that you were unavailable on April 12 at 10 a.m. What's that? Ah, right. Okay. And I apologize. I've spoken with so many people over the last few days in so many sessions. And I forgot to ask you, or I'm not sure if I asked you, is that here in this courthouse? Okay. Okay. And juror 43, you had said that this trial would prevent a financial hardship for you. Tell me a little bit about that. Okay. Okay. And juror 53, I think I got the same note from you? Tell me about the financial hardship. Okay. What is it that you do? Okay. And so for you, it's just being off of work that length of time. Okay. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. Again, I have limited the length of time for them to ask questions. So if they appear to be rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Ms. Gratiano?
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Try to keep my voice high so that you can hear me okay as far as. Right. So thank you for coming back. First selection is without getting you to talk. So if I spend 45 minutes talking for you, you'll probably start to nod off. So I know some of you are not comfortable speaking. I get it. I totally get it. But the way that this is going to work best is us to hear from you. What you think, what you struggle with, those kind of things. And I want to assure you, this is a judgment-free zone. I know you're talking in a room full of strangers, but I want you to feel comfortable because I talked with you about how you. Is that fair? If you feel uncomfortable, I swear that it's not personal. I just want to know more about you. Okay. Lady Justice. Lady Justice, raise your hand. Okay. About what do you think? Oh, number. More about it and sales. Number 4. So here, you haven't heard any evidence. Hasn't started, so there's been no evidence that I presented, the defense has presented. So in terms of the scale that Lady Justice would be holding, there be anything for the prosecution at this point? If you've heard no evidence, if you've presented no evidence. And to be clear, as far as the burden, it is 100% the burden of myself, Mr. Young, and Mr. Allen. We hold the burden for the prosecution. We have to prove all elements of the case beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's a burden that we gladly uphold. But as we stand here today, as juror number 4 has indicated, there's nothing that weighs on our scale on our side because we haven't presented anything, right?
Right.
Who agrees with that? Who thinks that prosecution, we haven't presented any evidence, but scale should be nothing on the prosecution side? Does anybody disagree with that? How about disagree? Does anybody disagree with that? People agree with that. Juror number 55. Oh. Yeah. On your questionnaire, you did fill out some information indicating that because maybe some of the things that you heard in the media that you formed an opinion. Do you understand and would you be willing to set that aside here and allow prosecution in our case to present the evidence and uphold our verdict? What do you think about that? What do you think about the media always getting information right? It's debate, right? Sometimes. So if you're instructed by the judge that you have to set that aside, that's what you heard may not necessarily accurate, and also prosecution in my mini opening, that's not evidence either. You set all of that aside. That would be something that you're not willing to do. You're not willing to set that. 53. Allowing the people to present our case. Allow the prosecution. That's something that in terms of insanity, that burden also applies as well. Our burden I agree to that burden. For number 50. Some thoughts about the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Have you learned or feel differently a little bit about that now, or has that changed? And so in terms of, for example, self-defense as a defense, you would have to prove that, for example, somebody was at guard and a punch was thrown. They assert self-defense to why the punch happened, how that came about, justify or mitigate the action. Prove that. That would be my burden to do that. Here, the same applies. 100% the people's burden to prove. So not hearing any evidence consider that. Wow. So, for you, that is a very firm belief that I think most of us haven't gone through it. Be willing to follow the law, evidence, prosecution. That's community. Number 34. We talk about justice, fair and impartial. Is that something that you why do you think that that's important? Sorry, can you hear that? I'm sorry. You're talking about elements that you prove to judge Reed or that you believe that you understand about what we have to prove. Does it surprise you that motive is not one of those elements? Example, you do not have to prove. In terms of background in your life experience, how are you able to determine what's in somebody's mind, what somebody's thinking? Why is that? Right. Why is that? You can't get in their head, right? Unless somebody hears like. But how do you judge what somebody's thinking? How do you come to a conclusion based on what somebody's thinking? Sure. Or think about that. Looking at somebody's actions, what does that tell you about what somebody thinks? If you look. Juror number 57. What do you think about that? Actions always speak louder than words. Why is that? So, juror number 34 pointed out, it's almost impossible to get somebody's head. So for you, they're trying to figure out maybe what somebody what they say. Ability. What one person says versus what another person says. Juror number 15, what do you think about that? Wanting to know I need to know something about the person in order to do a credibility determination.
About the person, but the term comes from what body language.
So, and they're all under time, right? So when you're, and I'm sure that this has come up, you've got two feuding sisters, maybe all three of them are feuding. How do you determine what are the skills that you're using? Who pulled somebody else's hair? What are you looking at? What are you considering?
You're listening to kind of what was said for it, what was happening. Happening with maybe with the toy. Necessarily trouble in going to their room for a time.
So you're not necessarily using that she said, looking at other things. For number 14, I saw you
And
kind
Ms.
of
Gratiano, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. Juror 55, it's just come to my attention. Are you going to be okay? Because I understand that your oxygen has a limited supply for 5 hours. Are you okay? Okay. Is your battery okay? I don't want you running out. Perfect. Okay. Ms. Gratiano, go ahead.
I saw you kind of nodding along, I think. Do you have experience to determine credibility, or what do you think?
I live with 5 nieces and nephews, so fights are constant, and having to determine who's at fault or what's exactly the story is.
Right. And are you looking, you're looking for other things to make your decision as to how to resolve a conflict there?
Yeah.
What if you had to make a decision between or how would you even
Probably knowing things like what exactly they've done in published or research they've done or what kind of having gone to school for it doesn't.
and in terms of listening to their conclusion, that maybe would put greater weight on their conclusion, or how you could consider their.
I think so, because it'd be more concise or there's less wavering or waffling.
Juror number 50. About, this isn't something that you've ever had to do before. That you've ever had to do before.
No.
Do you feel comfortable with making a conclusion like that, having to make a decision?
I do. I mean, I have to do it on a minor scale, but having to do it for something so important, I mean.
Juror number 11. What do you think about that? Is that something that you feel comfortable doing, having to make a decision, maybe in a context that you're not familiar with?
Like most people here. And before, let alone. A lot about the legal system and it's hard work for a jury.
Right.
Like the
And in terms of your life experience, do you think that, is it fair to say that, you've been training your whole life to be a juror? About that.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's part of your services.
And to make decisions, reach a conclusion. If, as a prosecution, are able to prove the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, feel comfortable rendering a verdict. Okay. Anybody disagree or feel uncomfortable with the idea of what we're going to ask you to do, which is come to a verdict one way or another? Anybody feel uncomfortable having to make that uncomfortable for them to make a judgment? That's fine, that's why we're here, but I want to know if anybody's uncomfortable. Number. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the kind of work that you do?
I work at Alice Springs.
And fair to say that you've seen people at all different stages of their recovery journey. And have you been around people that are considered mentally ill? What are your thoughts on, is that on a spectrum? Is that varied? Does it vary? In terms of what you've seen, is it possible for somebody to have a mental illness? Unintentionally choose to? Not even along. Tell me a little bit more about that. What do you think?
I just know people that have fallen through the cracks because they're mentally ill.
Okay. And when you say falling through the cracks, you mean
Not able to get help.
unable to get help? Are those people that you know that still drive a car?
Yes,
So that'll work?
some of them, yeah.
Some of them. Like juror number 52 pointed out, some of them struggle with substance abuse, for example. Able to function and your
Yeah, some of them are, yes.
some of them not.
You're right.
Juror number 9. Hi. I saw you kind of nodding along. What do you think about that? What do you think about the idea of somebody having a mental illness?
Everybody has, different.
Drugs, for example, gambling.
Yeah.
In terms of evaluating definition of insanity, everyone understand your line of work in a particular way. Clinicians that you work with define insanity. Juror number 24. About the idea that there's a definition of legal insanity, and that is different in clinical context. Or 52 works in with other people. diagnosis and to be clear, we don't expect you to understand the legal definitions of insanity. That's a very, very specific definition and something that if you make it access will give a definition. Precise definition, and that will be very clearly defined for you. In terms of evaluating the specific legal definition of insanity, jury number 26, you indicated that insanity may be an individual. What about that on the questionnaire?
Growing up with, we have right, something we don't. Right. So in the context of being given a specific definition in this legal. Held out.
Pointing out that you need to start out definition of what insanity would be. Say crazy all the time, right? You say that was crazy.
With that, we don't have outcome, so.
Right.
You have to start the same.
What do you think about that? What do you think about insanity that being used here?
Again, I think things happen in life. Just it can lead to some type of breakdown. It becomes a permanent or a temporary.
And in terms of, is that something that you have life experience? To observe this.
I am a retired veteran. A lot of prior soldiers that suffer with PTSD.
In terms of no.
Yes.
Number 28. What do you think about this discussion about applying something, definition of insanity? Familiar with it.
Is at times in their right. Be out there, everybody at one point in a time when you're driving a car, walking. Got people that cross, there's a crosswalk 2 feet away, but they're gonna cross right in the middle of the road. Crosswalk. Going in school zones, miles an hour, and they're still gonna go 35 miles an hour. Slow down and they honk their horns at you. Why? They're insane because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
What do you think about in terms of we talk about action themes. What if that was somebody's intent? What if that was their purpose, was to purposely jaywalk, purposely speak? Well, that's an interesting thing because here in Colorado, like I was talking, the why is not something that the people have to prove. You have to prove the why. Evidence is that something that you would use. Would certain things automatically fall into now I can't, this is law that the judge would give you, but if you were given a very specific definition of insanity for you to follow as a juror, and you follow that definition.
Both, I should say, page by page. What is actually going on? Book and not open it. Judge the book by the cover. You have to open it up.
Juror number 64. The juror number 28 has talked about opening up a book. In terms of that, what are some of the things that I need to hear more about? I need to hear evidence, see physical evidence, hear from and do you understand that the whole book, or at least the part that you're required to decide as a juror, also understand that while they will not sit there and play cards, I assure you that it's the people's burden. The defense attorney does not have you're the defendant. Fine, because you're writing the book. Put a whole lesson to our burden. Yes. Life experience in dealing with credibility issues. That's something that you're familiar with doing? Different ways in your life.
Cell phones off, please.
You're talking about the way that somebody behaves. Is that something that you consider how that weighs heavily for the way that somebody behaves? That weighs heavily for you when September 67 afternoon. Think about the idea of somebody, how that would affect them on a day-to-day. And have you seen Juror number, hi. That we're talking about in terms of having experience with. That's something. I know that that's a personal topic. As far as acting in the world. In terms of what we talked about, if you hear two different experts talk about two different opposing sides of something, you know, look at it to resolve right now. Like, juror number 11 said, when I talked about, you know, to some extent. Well, maybe you didn't think that you'd be, yeah, that's what they're saying. But, you see your. Juror number 46. Okay. What do you think about that? Is that something? You kind of got it to an idea, describe it as corroboration. Number 71. Hi, yep. Hi back there. Is it first time you've been called in for jury duty? Right. First time for everything. And about that we don't expect it. Feel comfortable, feel uncomfortable having it come.
Five minutes.
number 72, how do you feel about that as well? So in terms of what you do generally on a day-to-day basis, you've heard the charges. And a number of you indicated that child abuse is something that would be difficult for you to do. That would be the kind of case that would be difficult. After hearing from the judge and also myself explaining that it is prosecution's burden here to present, we still feel that being on a case that involves harm to a child is not something that they are. We do know that it will be difficult, but we expect that you would be able to hold us to our burden and let us present evidence. Number 37. Okay. I know this is probably not the kind of case you thought you'd be coming in. But still, even hearing the charges, something that you're so again, you will receive a very specific definition of what it is. So people have different conceptions of how to define that. In terms of setting aside what you think you haven't received any evidence, right? And we all know that the media gets a lot of stuff wrong, right? So setting that aside, would you have following the definition of insanity provided by the courts to considering only evidence that we present in this? Is there anything that I haven't talked about? Some people might say, man, I wish that Ms. Graziano talked to me about this one thing. Want to talk, I was scared. All right, I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tellini.
Thank you. How's everyone doing? All right, just hanging out. Not Monday. Came back from lunch. All right. Hey, I want to thank everybody for coming. So, like when we got out and tried to arrest you guys probably would have been able to sneak out and we wouldn't have been able to do a whole lot. But I think everybody here realizes this is an important job. All got an important case. Family. Out. People. We're asking a lot from everybody in this room, not only in their time, but in what they will have to do. Kind of my time to talk to you about what you're going to have to do, about what the requirements are going to be, for the jury, and see which of the people might be most appropriate for it. And I'm going to apologize. Anybody ever seen the movie Groundhog Day? That's what I feel like my life is. The 6th day of it, for more stories about dim omelets and late Jersey being blindfolded, then you shake it. And so I may just try to let people do a little bit more talking for me than normally I like to go talk. Number 28, What is presumption of innocence? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are you 27?
I am 27.
Okay, 27.
Not his age.
Yeah, yes. We're done.
But the presumption of innocence is already in, not guilty until facts, evidence, educated, vindicated, or trial and judge.
Which one presumption of innocence? Well, while you're up here, I've got now they're 12 and 14 boys. They were younger. They out the other room playing for younger one crying. I was on my way to that room. I was not presuming the older one is. I was wondering what the older one has done to the younger one, and it would have taken me some convincing to think that he was innocent. Do they have history? Remember, yeah. Okay. 49.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
They got to hear it all the way up there. I think that's something that everybody should be entitled to. Okay, well, no, you hesitated, and I think everybody would agree, it's some innocence that sounds nice, and somebody, they accuse of stealing a candy bar, something like that. But it's harder when you're talking presumption of innocence than when you're talking about killing kids. I think the kid. But personal. Our system like to really work with it. Well, if you had kids was charged with something, I worry. I worry a little bit that, but it kind of, you know. Everybody wants to think, I can say. Not everybody wants to. They're asking it. They're commercial. Why do you think? Got kind of two things, and then as a nurse, that's something else. Hopefully about that way. A lot of judgment can also change. I'm worried that the jury are going to be. But who knows about that? And already their opinion. I can sketch that out of my mind. Like I just. Some people are over here. Remember like the X sketch, like you draw that thing, shake it, and it all go away. Does the human mind really work that way? You have an opinion, an emotion, that opinion in, but that's the hardest. Check. I heard somebody else over here. They know who else. Oh, 19.
Well, everybody says innocent to proven guilty. If you've ever been in the justice system, it's not that way. Not when it comes to the person being on the stand. You're guilty until proven innocent. If you've ever been in trouble,
Yeah.
it's hard to wipe it clean.
And it's hard to do that. I mean, it's hard. I think you've been 19 for anybody who comes over here and asks to sit at this table accused by the state of doing something. People have no idea what's about it.
What's really going on.
But much less when you got 3 years of them being in as a horrible, terrible person. I mean, that's just sketching like that's almost impossible.
Right. But it's all of us potentially.
Anyone in this. That they can try to shake that suspicion. Possible or for. Life.
Just process. But I think
common sense, wisdom.
Roll it to the victim.
Public to fight. Brother-in-law is
Go back to 57. Also talking about like pretty formative. People sort of figure- Chris, the that they accept information that already was stable. So a lot of times, like they've done like studies where they take like a politician when rate it and by somebody they a Republican, but a junior. But they're thinking everybody, they're not taking in things objective. But they've already formed an opinion. They take in the information. Like those scientific studies, they try to worry about. Remember something to class extent. Number 4, you're a pilot. What's confirmation bias mean to you?
Just like you were saying, you take something that information spice trying to give you, you already have a preconceived notion that you agree with it, and you're going to actually agree with it.
And it happens, you don't even know what you're doing, right?
Right.
And that's why, something to be guarded, against. So number 15, that's why he's worthy. Because put on your questionnaire, and don't think not guilty by reason of insanity, but considered for murder.
Yes. Be held accountable for your actions, whether you're insane or not.
I think not guilty by reason of insanity. Jury number 23. I think you put down, you kind of feel the same way. Insanity is no excuse for murder, especially in this case.
I personally think the evidence, but you lives, but it wasn't 11-year or 12-year-old kid does nowadays. And they took the weight. And when they shoot him, sometimes parents are on it. The battle or whatever.
I mean, you put down on your questionnaire that insanity was an excuse.
Personally, decide with deal with this.
Okay, I mean, you read, I could not be fair regarding Charles, what did you mean?
Psychological abuse. I believe I brought that upon myself as I grew older. So, then I understood that it was probably I who brought that upon myself. Those who were older, just I got slapped around about when I was a kid.
It's okay. Are you saying it would be good for child abuse? Because you kind of look the other way because you were slapped around as a kid?
I would turn to a site.
Yeah, I just. Depends on the circumstances, actually.
I feel
Well, it's because you don't know what's going on in their lives.
Dean, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. You know everybody here.
I do.
Yeah, in this courthouse, or I think about as long as I have.
Mhm.
I guess, I think that everybody's friendly, but I don't know. I mean, is there anything that you feel about any of the attorneys here, anything that would? No? What do you feel about being on this jury? 37. We have, you're 15 on here saying. So would it be fair to say you're kind of coming in with bias against insanity?
That's not someone else's. Though.
So I'm all I'm saying is, what I'm getting from you is, right as you said. That 39, kind of shaking your head. As you said,
I think he's staying up.
well, that's, well, I mean, I'm sorry. That's not, that's a different, it's called policy back. Oh, yeah. That's all we're asking. It's all you. Have to dig there. Already forward thinking about those things. Thank you for 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
If you're on the first, have a pretty good thing. 5 years picked up. By the end of the month.
Really cute. Push the button. Gotta watch yourself. Harper, let me know.
Hold on, wait a minute. It's juror 37. We just have to identify people before they start talking. It's okay. Juror 37, go ahead.
Same way and say. Yeah. I'm asking that, I appreciate your honest. 43, what do you think about it? Yeah, not like in 20. Ideally, it's supposed to be over here, but a lot of people, because of stuff they've heard, everything are over here, and we're trying to get that. Or the other 44. Got a hand, all right, yay, hand up. 73, how are you? I'm excellent. 37. Mental illness can happen. It can be triggers or can be episodes and for that time. Feeling about like that's true. But a lot of times requires right now to be someone's good, right? That's a lot of what we're trying to do that. Law also requires this the rule here. Not only right now, but up until the case is done. Because you have problems with the standard. For me, I understand like generally, but this is a general premise that if you don't know what you're doing or you think for your action correctly, that we don't hold that person the same as problems. That general premise. I'm driving down the highway. There's the end of it. What's in it? There's a movie called Crazy Night saying, it's only gonna do something, you say, oh, that's great, but then there is legal definitions of mental illness and affect that person with crime. But you're gonna, again, I think like what kind of said, you're gonna be careful. You're gonna have to make. Now, some people. Well, there's some people really. Some degree. Loans is something over, something that people. That they just don't give a lot of. Same credence to like mental illness as it will. As to a physical loan. Same. Way to not give berries and sandy as it will. Getting that feeling from you a little bit, but if I'm misreading you. Okay. There is mental illness. Man. Okay. Right now, you don't have any evidence. But I'm feeling biased by you. Let me tell you what, we talked about that for a long time. It used to be Vasani. It used to be Vasani. And for the legislature. 64, what do you think about what 66?
I don't know enough. So if you go back on that, Connecticut rights have referred to me as what would your opinion? To have a GW, we didn't have 20 years ago, we didn't have that. So were our trials a lot fairer than what they she's not a lot. I think that I don't know enough about any of this case. I don't know enough about
Oh, sorry. You're such a good answer. I'm wondering what other people think. What do you think about what 64 said? I mean, it would seem a lot more fair for you. I don't know, but it wouldn't seem like it. I mean, isn't there something it's like it's not necessarily fair? Right.
I understand. Yeah, it makes it kind of difficult.
Everybody.
Pick up a little bit. Can you speak up a little bit? Oh, yeah.
Or I do it. How long have you worked for CSCD? About 11 years. Then you went to EPSO. Oh, okay. How long have you been? So. Look, I'm just gonna spend your whole life. Much like me. I dedicated my whole life to this. Is what I believe. What I get paid for. And the other side. I mean, both is just as thing, but that oh, yeah, that's some, I mean, that you can't. That's neat. Working. I think. I know. I'm not doubting that. Yeah. I'm a very fair person. I'd love to read this case file. What do you think about being an officer? So lucky.
So I don't know what to.
Yeah, then you're also gonna be. That's why you're gonna be your assistant. Another reason why it's gonna be excellent. Okay, does that make you more or less? Shake your head, sketch. Aren't you 28? How do you feel about being? Why don't you boss the boss?
He said, well, you probably get chosen.
Don't care about being sandy. 71? Okay.
World.
What do you feel about it?
Five minutes.
Number 9. I'll be done.
I don't watch the news. So I'm just going by what everybody else is saying. And, I mean, I want to hear everything.
Talk about. It was neutral. No, well, you're right, Todd, but I mean, some people can, and some people don't. And I'm giving you, you're hesitating. I mean, I went to lunch today, and they put a hamburger in front of me, and they would have said, "Do you think you need that hamburger?" Wouldn't have hesitated. I mean, I'd already be eating the hamburger. I wouldn't have any doubt about whether or not it's avenue to question it. Why? How long you took? Meaning, I'm getting to you. You've got some doubts about whether you can get presumption.
All the facts. I mean, are very good. Everybody here.
Not just listen to facts, on criminal trials, you have to start from presumption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're number 14. About being on the jury.
I think that in general, it's not about guaranteed innocence.
No, it's definitely not about guaranteed.
So it's, I mean, it's a start. It's. We're giving the interview.
11? I think. Like some others.
Yeah.
Said I, when I saw the paper this morning, faint memory, but
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
Continues to.
We're saying I hope that's not the case I'm coming in on?
What's that?
We're saying I hope that's not the case I'm coming in on today?
No, I have no idea. But.
All right, we're just about out of time. Anything else anybody wants me to know about anything?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone know either myself or a member of my staff? Please raise your hand. No response. Is there anything that any of you have in the back of your mind you're thinking, sorry, is there anything that any of you have in the back of your mind that you're thinking, you know, the attorneys didn't ask me this specifically, but I think it's probably something that they would want to know before selecting this jury? Anybody have any of those sorts of doubts, issues, or questions in the back of their mind? No response. You've heard Mr. Tellini ask a lot of questions about the presumption of innocence. Is there anyone here who, based on their experience, whether it is through the media, friends, what they've heard, what they think, is there anyone here who thinks they cannot give Ms. Stauch the presumption of innocence that she's entitled to under the law? Please raise your hand. All right, juror 50 and over here again, juror 43. All right, thank you. And, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Thank you. Is there anyone here who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant in order to decide the issues in this case? No response. Is there anyone here for any reason that believes that they could not be fair and impartial to both sides? No response. All right, what we're going to do is take about a 20-minute recess. During that recess, what will occur is that the attorneys and I will be discussing some matters. Then when we come back, I anticipate we will excuse other jurors and keep some other jurors. And the ones that we keep, I will have further instruction for. So again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. And if I can have everyone wait in the hallway until a little bit before 3 o'clock, all rise for the jury, please. There's a box. Oh.
Gloves, I thought so too.
Oh, is that what those are?
Gloves, yeah.
Oh, do you need a box of tissues? Okay.
Different,
All
just
right.
in case.
Okay. All right. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Stauch, are you doing okay or you need a break? Do you want to do that now? Okay. Let's take about a 10-minute recess now, and then we'll come back. And in the meantime, both sides can look this up if they want. I think it's probably more for the prosecution. Juror 73 who has the court date. It's a traffic ticket case 23T1086. She has an appearance in the first appearance center, I assume on April 12 at 10 a.m. I assume if she's a juror, we can address that, fix that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
You are.
Expired license plate.
For me, it's what I paid for it.
Yeah.
Receipt point.
Yeah. We got ours like. I don't know. Oh, Lord. Yeah, the. Babylonian. Oh, Babylonian.
Sorry, guys. I was out there trying to get the kiddos set up with some food. Yeah, I wish she was in here. Tell your husband to turn up the light or the sound. Darn it. Okay, guys, something's about to happen, just so you know. I am going to gift a membership, and I want to explain how you receive gifted memberships whenever I do this. If I can, hold on. Can I gift my own memberships? Let me see how this works. Okay, so if you are interested in receiving gifted memberships, let me explain this before this pops up. Up at the top of your screen, you're going to see a green box that says gifted membership. If you have not already opted in to receiving gifted memberships, you have to click that box and hit accept memberships so that way in the future, whenever memberships are gifted, you have the possibility of receiving one. So if you haven't done that yet, that's how you do it. So let me do this. Sorry, guys, my mother-in-law just walked in and I was not expecting her. And so my dog just went insane. So, okay. Okay, sorry, this is my first time using my card on this computer, so I have to verify that. Here it comes. Give it a second. Okay, so there's a gifted membership there. So then click on the green box and you hit accept memberships. Okay, so Nicole S got it. Congratulations, Nicole S. You don't see it either. Okay, let me see. I don't know what tap the green box. There should be a green box either in the middle of chat or at the top of your screen. It might be in the middle of chat. And then click accept gifts. Yeah, absolutely. But this way, whenever they're gifted in the future, I would love to get our whole chat green by the end of this trial. Wouldn't that be so awesome? to have everybody either become a member or be gifted memberships, things like that. Like I noticed.
These kids.
Oh, cool, a bunny lollipop. That's so cool. You should probably eat your dinner first, but after dinner you can eat it. Make sure you tell Grandma thank you.
So 23, 24.
Sorry.
34,
Yeah, right
37.
underneath the green box it says allow gifts. Like you have to tap it with your finger or wherever and then hit accept gifts. Yes, a bunny lollipop. It's so great. Something else to be thankful for. But that's how you guys do it, because I know that there are some people who are not familiar how gifted memberships. It wasn't a green box though. Okay, I'm glad that you figured it out though, Jana. On my end, it's a green box, so I wasn't sure. You found it. Okay, great. That's what I wanted to make sure is that yes, I want you all to be in the family. That's exactly it. And so if people are being generous and gifting memberships and stuff like that, I would love for the people who are here chatting with us and being with us every day to be able to receive it. Because what I'm noticing is that there are people that haven't been in my chat for quite some time that are starting to get the gifted memberships, because at this point, you know, those are people who had selected to receive them, and that we might have new people in the chats that haven't done it yet. There's Scout. Thank you so much, Emily. There we are, Scout. You are in the family now. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much, Emily. That's so awesome. I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, I wonder how they haven't gotten one yet. Like, and I wasn't sure. And then I was like, I bet you they haven't clicked the
All
button
rise,
yet.
El Paso County Combined Courts back in
So
session.
thank
I'm
you
Greg
so
Warner
much,
presiding.
guys.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will
It'd be
recall
great
20
though to
CR
get all of the
1358
Sonics and
people
stuff like
versus
that going
Letecia
up during
Stauch.
this trial
Record should
and
reflect the jury's not
stuff.
present in
And
the
I'm so
courtroom.
okay. So good.
Prosecution,
Good.
do you have any
You wonder if it's
challenges
not
for
available on
cause?
mobile? It should be. I mean, I can see it from my phone. Let me screenshot it and show you
So these are stipulated?
what it looks like from my phone. I'll come in from my
Okay.
secondary account that I know isn't a membership, and I'll show you what it looks like. And then I'll send it to myself so that you can see. Show you what it looks like. No.
Did you say 37?
Gonna get past the beginning here. Okay, so on this, it's a little box underneath that says allow gifts. I'm going to send it to my computer so that I can show you what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, because you never get
so
them.
The record is clear. What I have
Yeah,
is
that's what I want to make sure
stipulation
that
to
everybody has
15,
that
19,
enabled. That way,
23,
whenever
37,
memberships are gifting, I
39,
would love
43,
to get,
49,
like I said,
and
at
50.
least all of you guys
Mr. Talini, do you agree?
I agree.
part of the family.
And who else do you have?
It'd be great to carry this conversation over into Discord or wherever else, you know? If you guys don't do Discord, we could even talk in the Facebook group.
All right, as to 24.
Because it's a screenshot and then sent.
I think we need to look as much at.
Okay. It's blown up, so that's why it looks so goofy, but it should be a green box, and then right down below it, there's like a little present. Do you see that? And then it says allow gifts. And so that's what you have to click to be able to receive gifts on this channel. So sorry, it's so blurry, but so green box and then allow gifts. Oh my gosh, I had the I had the overlay up. Let me just set it as an overlay. Maybe that'll be better. Maybe it'll look clearer. Okay, so see, it's like a green box, and then right below it is a red present, and it says allow gifts. So just make sure you click that. And on your phone, it's a green, and you have to slide the button over. I'm sure it's different for every device. So yes, Facebook is free to join. Absolutely. No. No, which part? So you tap the allow gifts and then you can like slide it, I think. So we will allow you to come in a stock account, Boo Will, because I totally understand that concern. I am not anti stock account. I myself join true crime groups under stock accounts prior to this channel. And so I totally get it. Like I said, I talked to Letecia as Stacy Walker. So we are not, I get it. This world is dangerous. I mean, you guys, those of you who have been following me for a while, you've seen what happened to me and my family. Like we got doxxed and we got, threatened and all kinds of things for people to come to our house and blah, 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 blah. Like it's scary and the world is insane. And so I do not, um, I'm okay with it, but just be aware that with that being said, you have no clue who is in the Facebook group under a sock account. You still can't, you couldn't see that just now? Still? Like that one? Okay. Yeah, you're on a sock account. I get it. Yep. Couldn't see anything that I showed. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me pull it back up. My dog is very upset that she did not also get a bunny lollipop. There it is. So it's a green box with a red present underneath it. It says allow gifts. And then once you hit allow gifts, then it'll take you to the slide the thing over screen. So this is how we do it. You were under a sock account till I outed you. Well, tough luck. That's what you get. Oh, but I'm behind. That's right. I forget that I'm a minute behind you guys whenever I'm looking at it like this because of the closed captions.
I did a lot of the, cases.
He left when? 2011?
I think he said he left CSPD, I think.
Okay. All right.
That's.
Ms. Gratiano? I'm going to circle back to 34. 53. 53 was. Okay.
My opinion issues.
All right. Ms. Gratiano? All right. And I don't think that her answer precludes her from considering a insanity defense. And nor does it, let me get to it. And she also indicated that she would be able to set aside any opinions that she had and render a fair and impartial verdict based only on the evidence presented. So I'm going to deny the challenge as to 53.
55. That's not feeling. That's 7. So and at gathering at Georgia
No, that's no 50. Oh, yes, he is. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Gratiano? Well, I think that the oxygen is an issue. We might be able to resolve it, but I think it's a problem. It's problematic. But the more problematic for me is that he said he's formed his opinions and he can't change it, and he said that twice. So I'm going to grant the challenge as to juror 55. Juror 66.
You're 66 would really kind of back and forth. He's still
Older gentleman, right? Yeah.
I mean, he seemed very, on one question, he seemed like he in here right now. I guess I just looking at the law on this has doubt. I mean, all of it. I mean, but he wavered back and forth from one extreme. Like sometimes you go like, I can't do EPRI at all. Yeah, you know, I'm totally fine with it. And it didn't seem to me just like learning about it. He just seemed, I mean, he seemed to go back and forth with your honor. He seemed to go back and legitimate question about it. The safer thing to do.
Ms. Gratiano. Yeah, I think the tough issue that everybody's been struggling with, including the lawyers, is that a person can have a mental health problem or issue, but that doesn't mean that they are insane for purposes of a legal definition. And I think that's what he was struggling with. I'm going to deny the challenge for cause as to juror 66. Coming back to juror 34, I'm going to grant that one. I just think that I have every belief that juror 34 can be fair, but I also think that it puts everybody in an unusual position. This was probably somebody that you cross-examined at some point in time on behalf of a different client. And there's just something about that. And I don't know what it is because I have every belief that juror 34 can be fair. I just don't think this is the jury for him. So I'm going to grant the challenge for causes to juror 34. And I want to make sure that I got everybody off of here. Um, I'm going to reverse something. I'm going to reverse a ruling regarding juror 53. You had challenged juror 53, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the more important part is that in her questionnaire, And I asked her about this when we came back in. I'm going to grant juror 53 a challenge for cause based on financial hardship. She put in her questionnaire, and I followed up with it, that she would have a hard time paying her bills in light of having to serve here. And so I understand I'm denying the challenges for the cause that was alleged, but I am going to grant it based on hardship. So let's see what we have here. 15. 3. 7. 43. 50. 4. 6 to 9. 6, 7, 9, 10, 16, 17, right? Cut off is 17. No. No, my question was different. We're cutting off at 17.
Yeah, 17 cards.
17 cards.
Yeah.
Is what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 12, 16. Okay, so I have 19 total, but we're only going to seat 17. Yep. As always, council approach, please. So these two were not struck, but I'm not going to seat them.
Okay, so you're just not counting.
Correct. This puts us at 120, so we're good. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the other jurors in.
Two, 3, 5, 1, 2, 4. Okay, I'm missing somebody in this row. Second.
She's the only one that's left in that row.
So that's it. Okay, it's 19.
Is that the one that, who'd you have?
Um,
Or who did you not have, I guess?
I had marked a 2 down there in that row. We don't have a.
Oh, wait a minute. Council approach. Right. All right, we're going to do this process a little bit differently because what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the numbers of the jurors that will remain with us. So if I announce your juror number, see further instructions. If I do not announce your number, you're excused with thanks to the court. You do not need to report back to the jury assembly room about your business. In this case, I need the following jurors to stay here. Juror number 4, juror number 9, juror number 11, 14, 17. Yeah, yeah. Okay, for those who are still in the courtroom, we're gonna, I have some further instructions for you, and then we have some cards. We have some cards, and we're gonna be sending Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs around to get some information. First of all, the cards that we're giving you, keep those. Just take them and put them in your pocket and keep them. You're gonna return here on Monday, April 3 at 11 o'clock. The way that we've been doing this is we've been bringing in 75 jurors each day. This is day 6, I think. And we've been selecting jurors that we think can be fair and impartial, can put aside publicity, all of those kinds of things. And we're bringing them back on Monday, April 3. At that point in time, we will then take all of the jurors that we've selected over the last 6 days. We're going to put them all together in 2 different groups because we can't fit everybody in here in one group. So we're going to put them in 2 different groups. And we are going to whittle that group down as well. One of the questions that I'll be asking is, has anything changed between now and then? So the card that we're giving you gives you contact information for us. So if something changes, some family emergency, something of that nature, you need to let us know. Otherwise, we will see you on April 3 at 11 o'clock. It also gives us an ability to be able to contact you in the event something changes with us. I don't know what that would be, but emergencies can always happen. Don't know. So, but it does give us contact information. The contact information that you're giving us is not shared with the attorneys, is not shared with anybody else. It is only for court and court staff so that we can contact you if we need to do that. You have probably already guessed that there is some public interest or media interest in this case. There could be more between now and April 3. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. You can tell your friends and family that you may be on this jury. You can tell them how long you think this trial will take. You can tell them the same thing that the attorneys told me, which is they anticipate evidence in this case will take 6 weeks. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from anyone else. If someone asks you why, just tell them that's what the judge told you. You can still blog or communicate, just not about this case. You can go onto the internet. You can look at news feeds. You can do your Amazon shopping. You can do all of that stuff. You just cannot look at anything regarding this case. So if it pops up in your feed, you need to swipe right, swipe left, up or down, turn the page, whatever it is that you need to do. Just ignore that article and or that news feed and move to something else. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. If the TV channel starts to say something about this case, turn the channel. You're not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You're not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. You simply can't do it while this case is pending. Once this case is done, you can talk to anybody you want. You can tell them anything that you want. You can tell them as much as you like or as little as you like. But while this case is pending and your service is needed on this case, you cannot talk to anyone about it. In addition, when you come back, you will not be reporting to the jury assembly room. You'll be reporting out there in the hallway. And it's likely that we're going to be in here doing some other things. So please be patient. Also, please be mindful that there are a lot of other things that are going on this floor. There are 6 courtrooms on this floor. So if you're waiting out in the hallway, please be quiet so that we're not interfering with the business of the other court divisions in this wing. I think that covers everything. Does anyone have any questions about what my expectations of them are or the instructions that I've given them? Juror number 69. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I can. If you need to be excused so that your employer knows that where you are, you let me know. I will get you a letter. Okay. Do you need one today? Okay. So what will happen is Mr. Combs is back there and he is, did you already give an email address? Okay. So what'll happen is I will get a letter and we will email it to you. If you need something else, let us know. Okay. Anybody else? Juror 52. Oh, okay. All right. I thought you had a question for me. Hold on. Juror 46. We'll be starting on Monday. We'll be starting Monday, April 3. There probably won't be evidence on Monday, April 3, because by the time I combine both juries and I got to give them further instructions, show them how to get into the courthouse and all of that stuff. So by the time we get through all of that, there probably will be opening statements, but it's very likely that there's not going to be actual evidence, people coming in and witnesses coming in. Does that answer your question? Well, you can wait until Monday because here's what we're doing. We're bringing in 120 jurors on Monday. You are one of those 120. Out of 120, we will select 18. The way the process works is that in this case, each side, the prosecution can excuse 16, the defense can excuse 16. Okay, and then we're going to have 18. So if you do the math, that's 50. And we have some extra because I've done this before, and I know that circumstances change. Sometimes things happen, and those kinds of things. So I wanted to have a good cushion, because otherwise we would have to start all over again from the very beginning. And nobody wants to do that. So that's why we're doing it that way. So if you want to tell them to wait until you for sure will be here April 3. If you want to tell them to wait until after April 3 to figure out your work schedule and coverage, that would probably be best. Does that answer your question? Okay. Juror 69? You will know for sure April 3 whether or not you are going to be here for the next 6 weeks. Okay? Because we will have that done on April 3 for sure. Okay. Juror 28. We can do that. Do you need one for April 3? Okay. So, okay. Anyone else? No? All right. All right. So with that, do we have contact? Are we good? Okay. So with that, everybody's got a card, right? Yes. If you don't, raise a hand. Okay, great. Everybody's given us your contact information, right? Yes. Okay. All right. So with that, we will see you be back in the hallway, April 3, 11 a.m. All right. Thank you. All rise for the jury, and don't discuss anything about this case with anyone outside the parameters that I've told you. So with that, thank you, and we'll see you next week. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Cook, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Juror number 17, she's
Okay.
ABC in that division. A lot of contact with her on. I don't know if she's going to be working Thursday docket day. That's Judge Johnson's docket day.
Okay.
You know, how are you doing? Can I see the in custody list? You know, can you make a copy of this stuff like that? I mean,
I expect both sides will handle it in a professional fashion, and it'll be fine.
okay, so if I ask for an in custody list, you're not going to banish me.
No.
from the king.
No. No. If you ask something along the lines, so what are you thinking, and what are you talking about, and what are the notes? Different outcome. But if you just say, I'm here, I'm representing these people, everything okay? Oh, great. Yep. Nope. I appreciate that. Well, since we are talking about certain matters that we're going to start with on April 3, this is as good a time as any to bring it up. I have discussed with defense counsel for a long time, and I put you on notice 4 months. There will be no electronics on counsel table, defense or prosecution, unless they can be tethered. So I can't make you go out and get a new computer or anything else like that. What I can tell you is you won't be using the one that you've been using for the last 2 weeks. It won't be on counsel table. And I can tell you that for sure. So it needs to be done. I know how inconvenient it is. Believe me, I do. But I've had experience where we were in a long trial, and things are just different in a long trial. And they're also different in a first-degree murder case. And they're also different in a case where someone is claiming that there was a trigger that occurred that caused actions to occur. I have an obligation and a responsibility to everybody in this courtroom, the defendant included, and defense counsel and my staff. And I had somebody in a first-degree murder case who wanted to have a delay or wanted to have me recused. I know that he wanted to have me recused because he said so after he picked up counsel's laptop and threw it towards the bench and almost hit my court reporter. I am also aware of a case, I think it was in Grand Junction, Grand Mesa, it was on the Western Slope, where another defendant was unhappy with an attorney's representation and stabbed the attorney in the neck with a pen. Now, I think you guys can have pens and things like that. But I want to be very clear. And I know sometimes people think I'm very direct, but I am. And that's in part because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding or any mistake. There will be no electronics at counsel table unless they're tethered to the table. No exceptions. All I'm telling you is there will be no electronics at counsel table unless they can be tethered. So if you can figure out a way to do it, great. But I'm trying to be as direct as I can. There will be no electronics at counsel table unless they can be tethered.
Mechanism is 40. There. I think prosecution. Maybe I can look at.
If you have a different way to tether something, you can tether something. I am trying to be, and I understand you're saying the tethers that the court has offered are insufficient. Okay. What I am telling you is there will be no electronics at counsel table unless they are tethered to the table. Yep.
Them, us.
Yep. It's everybody. And I'm doing this for the prosecution as well. I am hopeful that they would not throw something at me. But I'm doing it primarily so that it doesn't look like we're just having one side do it and not the other. So I understand the prosecution doesn't like it either. They're just going to have to do it.
Just thoughts that are going through my mind. Execution space. It's not as if about everything.
Right.
My concern is
I didn't say that, and trust me, I get that there's a lot here, and I think that you guys are going to have electronics. I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with electronics that are not tethered in some fashion. And I'm telling you, I understand that from your perspective, this looks like, the judge had a computer or laptop thrown at him at one point in time. But I got to tell you that the defendant in that case was really close to getting shot, because that deputy knew as well as I did about the attorney on the Western Slope. And I know that if he'd have picked up a pen, he'd have gotten shot. So it's just a good idea that it not happen to anybody. So you guys need to figure out a way to have it happen. We've offered, I'm not saying that my way is the exclusive way. I'm not saying that at all. But I am concerned about everybody's safety here. And it's something that I got to look out for. So there might be an alternative. I'm happy to listen to alternatives. If someone can give me one, I'm happy to listen to it. But, and you can use them and transfer them from table to podium. I don't have a problem with that either. So you're not going to be stuck with just putting it at the counsel table and not being able to take it to the podium. That's not going to happen either. So.
I understand. Just speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We, that part we can figure out.
I understand that for a lot of different reasons.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That I don't like how having two lawyers here or sitting over there. So I'm just trying to figure out.
You could, now I will tell you, and we've done this because of jury selection, because jurors sitting there. But I will tell you that when I seat this jury, when we seat 18, you can't, she can sit at this table if you would prefer. It doesn't matter to me. She can, because there is a tether there. And I have had people sit there, and I understand your concern. So if you want to have her sitting at that table, that's fine. So, and she can, it has a bolt, right? Yeah. So it,
I'm gonna buy one.
okay.
I can tell you right now, it's pretty tight. Like this thing.
No, because you have it on the restraining bolt. We're going to fix that. We'll have something so that it'll either be on this backside. I think what she has is adhesive things. It can be on there. So you're asking, are you stuck to that? Correct. Yeah, you're not going to be stuck using that bolt. Is that what you're asking? No, you will not. It would be a good idea if everybody were to come in on Thursday and try it all out. And I will tell you, one of the other things that I've seen, it's a little bit more cumbersome. We don't have one, but it is sort of a net that you put the laptop inside and you attach the laptop to the table. You would have to ask Rachel. I've just seen them. We don't have them. And if you take your laptop probably to Best Buy or something like that, they may be able to come up with a solution for you. But, and, you know, and trial in that case, the defendant ended up with his hands handcuffed to his waist for the next 8 weeks because of that. So this is in everybody's best interest. I'm not saying that Ms. Stauch is going to do anything. I'm not saying that I'm thinking poorly of her or anything else like that. What I'm thinking of is this is a case that's going to be long, involves a significant penalty, and there is a claim of triggers and behavior as a result of that. So it's something that I think everybody needs to be mindful of. But I just think it's in everybody's best interest, and I'm making the prosecution do it so that it doesn't look like I'm just picking on the defense. So with that, and be here 8:30 on Monday, I think, because we've gotten another 3 or 4 messages from jurors, I think, in the last, I don't know, since yesterday. We can talk about all of that. Yeah. Yes, right, because we're going to have everybody still out in the hallway. Monday, I think, is going to be sort of Union Station out in the hallway, I think, because that's when everybody's going to show up and we're going to have all the jurors there. I will do my best to get you a semi-seating chart so that you know how it's stacked out. But essentially what I have done is like the first jurors, I think Mr. Cook raised the issue. We had 20 that first day. That's the presumptive people in the box.
Calling into the seats.
Essentially, yep, that's essentially right. So, like when we had juror number 2 that was qualified on the first day, that's now juror number 1, and they're shuffling in that whole way. And then everybody behind them is exactly the same way, with the lowest number juror being the next one. So it's, and we're going to cut it off at 75, and then 76 and above, we may have to start all over. And I mean, that's a worst case scenario, is that we don't get our 50 out of the 75. If we do, we'll just excuse the 11 o'clocks. If we don't, we'll bring those in, see how many we're short, figure that part out. And then once we get to enough, we will bring them in, because I think I think you guys need to see whatever it is that you're picking your 50 out of, you need to see the whole group. So I think that's fair. So what? Oh, do you guys want to run any technology check? Have your IT people, more importantly, the lawyers who are going to be using it, come over and make sure everything works and they know how and all that stuff? Thursday, what time? Anytime? Thursday in the afternoon? Thursday? Yep. Yep, Thursday in the afternoon. And remember, you can't use pointers, got to have a stick. Can't use laser pointers.
Sounds like a 10 slip.
Yeah, well, it could be, but it stays up at the witness stand. And well, that's all right. We had the Texas Ranger that we had, when he was trying to use a laser pointer, I said, that's not what we use because it doesn't show up. And I gave him the pointer and he said, we call this a stick. And but the laser pointers don't show up on the screens. So just be mindful of that. Are you planning on using any media for your opening statement? Okay. Make sure that media is run through defense first. Don't put anything up there that I'm going to get an objection to, or worse, that they haven't seen yet, but I can't imagine that's the case. Okay. And then we'll see where we are, and hopefully we'll be able to start substantive testimony and evidence on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Ms. Gratiano? Mr. Young? Mr. Allen? Mr. Cook? I'm thinking not, unless there are, if I do, it would only be on changed circumstance. So, and that could be somebody that says, I mean, what I've had in the past is somebody comes up and says, I've thought about this more and more, and I just don't think I can do this. And I have to say that generally what I've done is I've just cut those people loose.
Free them about
Yes.
it. And
Yeah.
if there's stuff that's brought up,
Right.
they
Yeah.
lead to follow up.
That's probably the best way to put it. But I have to tell you, most of the time, or at least the times that I've done it, on the questioning that I've done, none of those people are standing by the time I get done. Because it's, I mean, you know how it is. They come in and I've been thinking about it. I've lost sleep about it. I had one whose husband called and I could hear her crying in the background, and he was mad because he's going, she says she can't tell me anything about what's going on. My wife's over here crying. And yeah, right, exactly. So it's that kind of stuff. Or somebody saying, I've thought more about this, and financially I just can't take the hit. And or somebody got sick in the family or something like that. So that's why I went as high as I did. That's why I went to 120. So does that answer your question? Mr. Tellini, do you have any questions? Okay. All right. All right. So if you want to do tech run through Thursday afternoon, call Mr. Sproul. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, his compassion is great, but he's also very stern. I loved hearing him be like, no, I'm saying this as clearly as possible, or whatever he said. I don't know. Yes, they definitely need to do audio tech. We need to be able to hear. Thank you guys so much for coming. I am going to wrap this one up pretty quickly because we have tumbling. So we have to go to that. Oh, sorry. Sorry if that ear blasted you. Baby screamed like right next to me almost. If you guys, well, I hope to see you all Monday for sure. Obviously I'm going to continue streaming throughout the week. I would love to see you guys at some of the other lives that I do about other missing cases and things like that. Don't just come for Gannon. You're welcome all week long about whatever case that we are talking about. I'm sure that we will review again within the next couple days about Gannon. But really, if there's anything that you guys feel like we need to go over again, I would be more than happy to. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you guys for coming, and thank you, Emily, for all of your support and gifted memberships and all of the things. And thank you for the super sticker or chat and Annex Elsie. How do I say that? Not sure how you say it. Maybe Annie Elise. Gonna stop guessing. So I will see you guys for sure on Monday. I hope to have everyone back in so that we can start to watch the last little bit of jury selection. And then, of course, the opening statements will be Monday afternoon. We will have cameras. Hopefully they fix the, what's it called, audio before then. So love you guys. Thank you so much for all your support and have a great day.